strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome everyone to those viewing this meeting on our web stream or on Eastlink. And for those in attendance, I would ask that you could please turn on your phone on silent mode. We're going to begin today with our council agenda, and then we will move into the Emergency Board of Health meeting that was requested by a majority of the Board of Health members. With that, I will call council to order. Changes to the agenda. We have one addition to the council agenda, and that's the correspondence from the Simcoe BIA respecting a resignation and requesting an appointment of Carol Greentree, who had the next highest amount of votes in last year's election. This will be added as item 6A. There is also a correction to the agenda face page, as the meeting time should have simply read 3 p.m. and also the CIC and council minutes were inverted in the agenda. Are there any further changes? Okay, in that case, I have a motion moved by Councillor Masschaele and seconded by Councillor Martin that council agenda be approved with the following changes. 1, the correction of the meeting time to read simply 3 p.m. and 2, the addition of the correspondence from Simcoe BIA. All those in favor? And that's carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none then, we will proceed. The first thing I wanted to do actually, just before we moved into the communication, I've provided each of you a letter on your desktops today. I believe Megan has delivered that. Councillor Taylor, I think Megan just emailed it to you a few minutes ago. But I just wanted to address again the public statement that was made last week. And so for those that are listening, I will read out the letter that I have addressed to each of my council members. Last Tuesday, I, along with Mayor Hewitt, thought it was appropriate to make a public statement by having our hair cut in an attempt to highlight the injustices and inconsistencies in the provincial essential workplace regulations. Mayor Hewitt and I actively supported the provincial policy that a shutdown would stop the spread of COVID-19 and protect our communities. That was 3 months ago, and much has changed since then. During the Premier's press conference last Monday, he articulated that our MOH, Dr. Nessathari, was consulted prior to the announcement. Dr. Nessathari was not consulted. Within minutes of the press conference ending, my phone was ringing with desperate calls for help from our small business owners. And given what I knew from conversations with our MOH about the containment of the Scotland outbreak and the fact that we were past the critical point of when a spike in the community would have been observed had there been community transmission, no longer could I offer any kind of sensible explanation to our local business owners as to why. As an example, you could walk into a Walmart, a Superstore, a Canadian Tire, a dollar store, why you could go to your place of employment at a major manufacturing plant, why you could go to your tennis lessons, your golf game, your riding lessons, or sit on your yacht at the marina, or why you could get your teeth cleaned with someone working inside your mouth, but a hairdresser wearing PPE might not be able to afford to put food on their table. The final straw came that evening when our very own sitting member of provincial parliament criticized our staff's management of the crisis and claimed our county got what we deserved. I don't own a small business in Norfolk, so I don't have any skin in the game, other than wanting to stand up and fight for the equal treatment of the little guy, when even according to Dr. Nessathari, the risk that those operators posed was negligible in the grand scheme of things, particularly when our neighboring municipalities would be opening. I was wrong for doing this. I let my emotions get the better of me, and you deserve better than that from me. From the moment I arrived, I wish I could have taken it back, but the wheels were already in motion. I apologized that afternoon within hours of the event at the council and committee meeting, but the more I've thought about it, the more I realized that that apology was not sufficient. I have apologized to many people and many staff members over this past week, but wish to offer a more formal apology here today at council. So again, I wish to offer my most sincere apology to all of the residents of Norfolk, all of our business owners, farmers, healthcare workers, those that have kept our essential businesses open and running, and to our own health unit. This action did not help our community in any way. I have expected all of you to follow the rules, and I did not. And I hope that somehow you can forgive me and know that I have learned from this mistake. Please know that protecting you and getting us safely through this pandemic is still my #1 priority. So, thank you, Council, for indulging me with that. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to place this all in the record, could I move a motion that Council accepts the Mayor's public apology for her actions of June 9th, 2020?
Okay. Councillor Masschaele.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to second that, please.
Okay. I'm not sure if I should be passing the chair right now, Andy. I guess it doesn't matter. Okay. Any debate on that? Do you want me to do a show of hands or a recorded vote?
Sure, we'll do a recorded vote. That's okay. Councillor Geisens. Yes. Councillor Rabbits.
Yes.
Councillor Martin.
Yes.
Councillor Masschaele.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes.
Mayor Chopp.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council. I will endeavor to do better in the future. Moving on to my next matter, I guess for this, Councillor Martin, I will pass the chair over to yourself.
Okay. Item 6A.
Pardon?
How can I help you?
I guess if there's just was any discussion from council, or I can make a couple of points here. I would like to point out that Mr. Masschaele, number one, Mr. Burgess, perhaps you could answer the question for council. Do you have access to the mayor at Norfolk County inbox? Okay, so Mr. Burgess already had access to that account where Mr. Masschaele had sent the correspondence. And since I have received significant correspondence from him in the past, I can say prior to Ms. Cowan coming on board that the correspondence between Mr. Masschaele and myself was only ever sent to my email inbox. On this particular occasion, it was not only sent to my inbox, but it was sent to the mayor at Norfolk County inbox, which is accessed by Mr. Burgess, it's accessed by Megan, it's accessed by Nancy, it's accessed by a number of staff members. 14.5 of bylaw 2018-33 in fact requires the integrity commissioner to keep confidential all of those materials, and I believe that was the first stage in violating that confidentiality, but of course that was not raised in Mr. Masschaele's report. I also highlighted to him that unlike previous, there was no notification anywhere on the email that stated that the email was confidential. Since that time, I have received communication from him, and that has now been corrected. Confidential is big and bold in the subject line to make no mistake. So I appreciate Mr. Masschaele tightening up the procedures in his own law firm. And the final thing that I will mention right now, before this becomes an issue in the future, I have also sent Mr. Masschaele an email the following. He has sent me another correspondence after I have told him, and in fact he has mentioned it in the report itself, that many staff members have access to the Mayor at Norfolk County inbox. He has sent me a subsequent confidential correspondence, and that correspondence again was sent to other staff members. So I suspect, as again, just to highlight for all of you that I'm not accused of violating confidentiality in the future, that a subsequent email that was meant to be confidential to me has already been leaked to other individuals as the nature of that inbox, which again, I told Mr. Masschaele about in detail previously. So my apologies for sending the email on to Mr. Burgess. Again, I knew it was there in the inbox. I was highlighting it as I was requesting a copy of a presentation, which I didn't have access to.
Any further comments? Councilor Rabbits?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and through you. I appreciate that Mayor Chopp has issued an apology for the haircut. Now we have before us an article about a sandwich. I think we all know the contents therein. And to date, we haven't had an apology for that instance. To my knowledge, that's been a formal one. But I have received a number of different phone calls and emails demanding such an apology. I realize that within this report, there's a recommendation that the mayor had violated a privacy or confidentiality clause. The report does mention that the mayor did not violate the rules by distributing the sandwich or by, acting unprofessionally during the course of that meeting. But I still feel that an apology is warranted, or we should be looking at, some sort of a reprimand for the actions that took place that day. It's been very difficult for me to try to answer or try to apologize on the mayor's behalf when I'm getting these phone calls and these emails. I can't believe what she presented to a cabinet minister in a meeting with the Crown. So, with that in mind, I realize that the report, it doesn't say that she violated Mayor Chopp any codes of conduct by doing that meeting, and it seems to be sort of a loophole here that this report's even before us because it's regarding a privacy clause. But I think it all has to be taken into context. We've received a number of reasons for apologies, this being, just the most recent one. This council hasn't even had an opportunity to discuss the annual report from the Integrity Commissioner, which some members of this council wish to discuss. And yet before we've even had an opportunity to have that discussion, we have another Integrity Commissioner report before us regarding the mayor's conduct. So, I want to have an open and frank conversation about how we're presenting ourselves outside of our county. We need to be ambassadors of our county. We need to be putting the best foot forward. And I feel that actions that have led to this report isn't in keeping in good faith with that objective of being good ambassadors for our community, about having respect in the workplace and respect for those upper levels of government which we depend on for funding in a number of different areas. And I can't simply just accept this as information this evening. There has to be some sort of repercussions for our actions. We need to be accountable. And with that, I think I'd like to maybe open up the floor to some of my peers here, some of my colleagues, see what their thoughts are and what their constituents are telling them. Because the temperature is quite hot in my inbox and my voicemail, and that's led me to speak to the matter today. And with that, I think I'd like to open up the floor to see if anyone else is on the same page as I am. And how can we make this this sort of course of conduct or this behavior stop? What sort of repercussions are there when we don't do justice to the offices that we hold? There has to be some accountability.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I ran for council to make a difference in my community. I am finding this to be a difficult task at present. There are too many distractions. I find that there is a lack of protocol, decorum, and simply a lack of common courtesy. This has resulted in a lack of leadership. I have fielded phone calls, text messages, emails, Facebook messages, DMs on Twitter, all with a common theme, and that is that Mayor Chopp does not represent the citizens of Norfolk County, and her behavior is damaging our community. I respectfully ask for my colleagues to stand up for their constituents, and I respectfully ask the mayor to tell us what it is in her plan to cease her disruptive and polarizing behavior. Thank you.
Any further comments from council? Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. If we want to get into a discussion about rewriting our code of conduct some other day, I would be more than happy and more than willing to join in that. But I thought we were discussing specifically the Integrity Commissioner report that was recommendation, or the result thereof, was that the mayor did nothing wrong according to the code of conduct. So let's deal with that. I will say that human beings as a species have this natural tendency once in a while to make a mistake. There's several in the Integrity Commissioner's report that I picked out right away that, you know, they're not following the rules and our bylaws. You know, they didn't make the 60-day deadline. It's been delegated to a different person. But I can overlook all that because people make mistakes, and let's move on with life. You know, we keep getting what I consider to be frivolous and vexatious complaints that cost us a lot of money to be investigated from the same individual over and over again. Maybe, you know, if we look at the source of the problem, that would be a discussion for another day as well. But the recommendation from the Integrity Commissioner is very clear that they recommend that council reprimand the mayor in accordance with section 12.5F and 13.1A of bylaw 2018-33. So I would like to put forth a motion whereas council recognizes the need for confidentiality in certain matters, and whereas council has policies in place regarding the circumstances for which the need for confidentiality shall apply, therefore be it resolved that the Council of Norfolk County asks that the mayor review these policies and endeavor to apply them accordingly. And further, that the Integrity Commissioner's report of 01 June 20 be received as information. And before I put that, I think I'd like to amend that, because the problem is just not one isolated incident of lack of confidentiality. So if I could ask the clerk to sort of amend my own motion, that Council of Norfolk County ask that the mayor and councilors review these policies and endeavor to apply them accordingly.
Councillor Columbus, seconding? Or?
Yes. Thank you. No, I wish to speak. Yeah. I thought we sent someone to give us a report with respect to a response from the Integrity Commissioner. I thought we got Mr. Burgess was going to do that, and now I see that perhaps it's a consultant or someone. Should we not wait for that report before we pursue a motion? I'd like to also add to Councillor Huffman's comments that I believe our mayor continues to display questionable leadership abilities. Her actions are often immature, shameful, and a downright embarrassment to the residents of this county, and it's time for stability, moving forward. Thank you.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I guess my question would be in response to my colleague, Councillor Van Passen. So is there a suggestion that we disregard the feedback and requests from our constituents going forward? I feel that I have an obligation to represent my constituents when they bring forth concerns and ask me how the mayor can resign or how do they remove her from office. So I figure it's my due diligence to represent my constituents. That's what I was elected for.
I do believe that the intent of that motion is to make the mayor sort of step back and review the situation and do some soul searching. And I already, with the letter that she provided at the beginning of the meeting, I noticed that little change that she's recognizing that not all things that she did were well thought through. And in hindsight, she's seeing that, and maybe with this additional reprimand from council, that she will take it a little farther, and you know, we'll get in that happy place that can keep all of our residents happy as well. So.
I've noticed that we appear to have lost Councillor Taylor. I don't know if he had any comments. Councillor Masschaele.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I'm just getting a little bit unsure of where we are right now. I thought we began with a discussion by Councillor Rabbits regarding a specific incident that he believed the mayor should be addressing. And now we've kind of gone to a motion about the Integrity Commissioner's recommendations, which I'm not necessarily opposed to, but I'm just not sure that the timing is correct. And so I'm just going to go back, if I can, Madam Acting Chair, to Councillor Rabbit's assertions that the particular incident he referred to was in some way requiring an apology by the mayor. Having been privy and present for that presentation to the Minister of the Crown that we're being referred to, while I would agree that perhaps it was a little bit of in that particular case, a bit of a risque approach to presentation, but frankly, and again, sometimes when someone is actually at an event or in a meeting, it's kind of that usual human sort of behavior pattern where you kind of had to be there. And I can tell you honestly that the mayor had nothing but the very best intentions for Norfolk County. And frankly, in my experience, she needed to draw the attention of that minister to Norfolk County in a way that frankly, he won't forget or wouldn't forget, because our problems are severe. And I'm not condoning the mayor's choice. There obviously were many, many other images she could have used. She chose that one. Again, I was there. No one in that meeting was aghast or, taken back by any of that. And as everybody knows from all of the reports about that meeting, after she showed the minister the picture and asked him what it was, she withdrew it, and that was the end of the picture. And the rest focused on the very severe problems that Norfolk County has that she wanted his attention to. And so if we are still focusing on Councillor Rabbit's request for some kind of acknowledgement of wrongdoing by the mayor, I would very much respectfully disagree with that.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yeah, just as a point of order and to clarify Councillor Masschaele's question, I thought we were on item 6A of the agenda discussing the Integrity Commissioner report, and there is a motion on the floor waiting for a seconder, and if not, then it will die.
That is true. Was there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Rabbits, to speak to it?
I'd like to respond to Councillor Masschaele, if I may, through you. No, I wasn't there, but I've heard about it quite a bit. I think, I'm just trying to articulate on behalf of my constituents, we're getting tired of being in the newspaper for the wrong reasons. We want to be making international news and regional news for the right reasons in Norfolk County, and not because of the conduct for Worship Kristal's Chopp. I wasn't there, but I've heard a lot about it since then, and it has damaged our reputation. And my seeking an apology or acknowledgement of wrongdoing, my intent there is, I'm thinking about our next Roma conference. I'm thinking about the next time we send a delegation from Norfolk County to meet with a cabinet minister. And what does that look like? I'm hoping it's different than what transpired at the meeting in which you were present, so that we can make those headlines because we've been awarded some monies, we've been successful in a grant application, we've built a partnership, not because of something that is distracting to the good work that we do here as a group and as a team. It's difficult to hear some of these criticisms, I'm appreciating that, but we've got to find a way to come together as a group and present a united front when we're at these events, FCM, Roma, and the recommendation here is, to seek a reprimand, regarding a point of procedure with regards to confidentiality. But I believe that in the report, it acknowledges in the conclusions that this is not how you properly show respect, civility, and decorum on behalf of Norfolk County. And that's the point that I was trying to drill down towards. I want to have confidence next time Norfolk County is sending a delegation outside of our community to represent us, and I don't feel that way right now. Many of our constituents don't feel that way either.
Mayor Chopp.
I was just wondering if Councillor...
Sorry, your microphone is not on.
I was wondering if Councillor Rabbits could tell me which grant program earned us the $3.17 million from Minister Clark a matter of weeks after the meeting at Roma. Which grant application?
I believe you're referring to the Indwell grant?
That's correct. You just highlighted the fact, sorry, there's new acoustics in here. You suggested that as a result of what was in the CBC article, I'm assuming the discussion of the Inwell money, you said, so regardless of us receiving this grant money, I'm wondering if you could please tell me which grant that we applied for that we received this money for.
A little confused as to the debate we're having here. My point being that, when we're successful, we could be commenting on a good news story, but it is overshadowed by an image of a sandwich. That's my point. I'm not here to debate, particular grant funding, what their dollar point values were, but when we have successful announcements such as the Indwell funding being overshadowed, that's a concern of mine. And it's a concern of the constituents that have been reaching out to me. They say, we're doing good work in Norfolk County. I want to be hearing more about that in the newspaper. And instead, we're discussing what seems to be a relationship-based conflict or personal conflict between our mayor and ministers and members of the provincial government.
Mayor Chopp.
There is no personal conflict between myself and Minister Clark. I have the highest respect for Minister Clark, actually. In fact, he's one of my all-time favorite people that I look forward to going to speak with at Roma and at AMO, and we have a good relationship. But I'm going to ask again because I'm curious and debating on facts. You speak of a grant program. What grant program? That money was not from a grant application. Norfolk County did not apply for it. It was discretionary funding that was provided to this county after that meeting. And I believe Councillor Martin, who's attended the meetings with myself and Minister Clark at AMO and at both Romas, and at the Western Wardens Caucus as well at AMO. Every time I'm in the presence of him, I have a conversation with him about Inwell and about the fact that I think that they're an incredible organization, that we're lucky to have them in our community, but I have concerns about the Norfolk County taxpayers spending $250,000 a year for the next 10 years with the option for another 10. And that, when many of the individuals that I met when I was there, they're from Hamilton, they're from Dunnville, they're from all other areas, that, why should our taxpayer carry that burden? Particularly, one of the elements, Councillor Rabbits, you've never come to ask me of the details of the story of that meeting that day. And particularly when we are in such a dire financial strait in Norfolk County. But I would be pleased to articulate the story from start to finish as to what happened. It was a closed meeting, of which it was myself and Minister Clark and his aides and Councillor Martin and Councillor Masschaele. The fact that one of our constituents, I'm assuming because I had told council members that somebody went and told somebody who went to CBC, and now it became a story. It was never to be a story. It was between Minister Clark and I. And at the end of the day, you have 10 minutes to make an impression while you're there, and to ensure that that was remembered above all else. And I do firmly believe that it is a significant part to my efforts at Roma and at AMO, and of, having Minister Clark behind us and behind Norfolk County, which is why we were awarded that money. So I apologize if you are offended by the image itself, but Minister Clark has put right in the report that he himself and his staff members that were there were not in any way offended.
Thank you for that response, Mayor Chopp. I think at the heart of the problem is the comment, if you were offended, I'm sorry. Folks were offended. I wasn't there. I'm offended. It's not, if you were offended, I'm sorry, it's, I'm sorry. That's how you articulate a sincere apology. It's not, if you were offended, I'm sorry for my behavior. But, I hear about these things hearsay, and maybe I should attend Roma. Maybe I should attend these meetings, and I could be there myself and get a first-person perspective. But, I hear this conjecture. I hear from those that were present. I read the articles in the newspaper, just like all of our constituents do, and I form my opinions based on the information that I have. I worry about the recreational hub. How was that information presented to those ministers? Was it presented in a similar way? I don't know. Was it a report that was handed off in a 10-minute meeting? I don't know. So this is what I'm talking about in terms of I want to try to reinstill some confidence when we're sending our delegations out so that I have the peace of mind that I'm not hearing hearsay about what happened, I'm not reading a bad newspaper article. I can feel confident that I know we've put our best foot forward, and I don't feel that way. I appreciate what you've just said. I'm attempting to restore some sense of confidence in this council sending delegations to these very important meetings.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Again, we seem to be getting sidetracked here again. We spent a lot of money again on a frivolous little complaint, paid our integrity commissioner to investigate, and their findings were that the mayor did nothing wrong in relation to the complaint. But the integrity commissioner has again taken it upon themselves to start their own investigation, and they found her guilty of a breach of confidentiality because she shared an email with somebody who already had it, because the integrity commissioner had already sent it to him. That is a breach of our rules. That's the only one he found. There's a motion to reprimand the mayor for that breach of confidentiality as recommended by the Integrity Commissioner's report. All the other discussions, great discussion, but yeah, the mayor did point it out. That meeting, all of a sudden, $3.14 million came from that minister. I had a good chat with Minister Clark in mid-February, and we discussed the meeting, the matter. Again, they have a very good relationship, our mayor and that minister. He thought nothing of it. Yes, there are people that are offended by that. It's probably pushing the envelope, but the mayor has her own style. We're trying to tone it down a little bit. I think we're getting there. I think she recognizes that there's a difference between meeting a friend as opposed to a formal meeting of a minister of the crown with the mayor of the municipality. And I do believe that she gets that, and I think it's time to move on, and we'll keep tweaking her.
Okay, so we don't have a seconder, but I've let many people speak, so I'm going to go to Councillor Taylor and then Councillor Masschaele.
Well, Councillor Masschaele, you have had your hand up a couple times here. I noticed it's just Councillor Martin's back, so I will let you go first there, if that's okay.
Taylor, I would prefer that you go if you don't mind. Thanks.
So, having been in one of these meetings with Mayor Chopp, with Deputy Minister Scott, I believe it was, everything was handled very professionally, very well by the staff members and the band members. I think there should be some confidence there. Certainly, it's well-deserved confidence. One blip, it's an unfortunate turn of events that has come from it with the sandwich, but I think we're moving forward. And as it's been said, we got the money immediately after that. So there's that. Going forward, though, I'm sorry for my brief absence there. Had some audio issues, so I ran over. If this was covered, I'm sorry, but I do have to ask, where do we find the appropriate reprimands for a situation like this? That's something I've been meaning to ask.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Martin. Generally, when you're talking about a reprimand, any report from an integrity commissioner opens up the most severe one, which is a pay suspension from 0 to 90 days. I don't think that's what was considered here because of the section referred to. It just says a reprimand. Usually that would be a motion of censure. So a motion of censure would just be a symbolic thing that you generally disagree with the action, but again, that's specifically for the confidentiality issue. But just receiving the report to from an integrity commissioner opens up every single one of those options. So you can do whatever option you want. You could ask for an apology, you could do a reprimand or a censure, or you could dock pay.
Councillor Masschaele.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. Just a couple of comments, I guess. First of all, just to focus on a little bit of fact-based information. The mayor referred to the grant that we received from the minister regarding the Indwell project earlier, and I just wanted to point out at the time that council agreed to fund that project in the very beginning, if I recall correctly, the mayor did not support it. Nevertheless, she put all of her best efforts into securing that funding, and now that is a very good news story. The second thing is I just want to sort of reiterate what Councillor Van Passen has said. The Integrity Commissioner, in his report, said that the mayor did not contravene the code, the exact provisions of the code, or the procedural bylaw about that particular incident. So I would, with those two things in mind, and I certainly take Councillor Van Passen's comments to heart, I would second his motion.
Okay, the motion is seconded. I think maybe we could get Andy to read it again.
Whereas Council recognizes the need for confidentiality in certain matters, and whereas Council has policies in place regarding the circumstances for which the need for confidentiality shall apply, therefore be it resolved that the Council of Norfolk County asks the Mayor and Councillors to review these policies and endeavor to apply them accordingly, and further that the Integrity Commissioner's report of June 1st, 2020 be received as information.
Any further debate on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I guess I would just put my 2 cents in then. Sorry, any further? should fully look at you both. I think that there's probably a lot going on. There is a lot going on right now in all of our inboxes and the media and so on. I think in this situation, it's best to deal with this particular instance in front of us and address that for the time being. So recorded vote or?
All right.
Councillor Columbus? Your microphone is not on, I don't think.
Could I ask the mayor herself what type of penalty this council should provide to her with respect to this integrity commissioner's report?
Well, Councillor Columbus, I am more than happy to review the bylaw 2018-33. Again, you know, in my view, Mr. Burgess already had a copy of that as a result of Mr. Masschaele sending it to him. But I'm more than happy to review that section as requested. If I could go further, I think that we've had a number of violations of confidentiality of information from closed session leaking from this council time and time again. I think even Ms. Budis could attest to some of that having leaked out by council members. So I think that Mr. Van Passen, it's our Councillor Van Passen's amendment to have all of council read the bylaw 2018-33 would also be helpful.
Seeing no further comments, let Andy call the vote.
Councillor Geisens. Yes. Councillor Rabbits.
Yes.
Sorry, I'll skip over. Councillor Masschaele.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
No.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes.
Councillor Columbus. Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Mayor Chopp.
Yes.
And Chair Martin.
Yes.
Yes. The motion carries.
Okay, I'll take the chair back. Thank you, Councillor Martin. So 6 Alpha is the correspondence from Cam Carter, the chair of the Simcoe BIA. That's the added item. Mr. Wakeford has resigned from the BIA, and they are requesting that we approve the appointment of Carol Greentree. Is there any discussion? Carol was on the police board for many years. Councillor Van Passen?
I have one question, and maybe Ian can, or Councillor Rabbit can clarify. Didn't we have a tie vote, and we put one more on than originally under the terms of reference? And did we change the terms of reference to allow that?
We did. It was for the last 2 positions through you, and we decided to amend the terms of reference to allow both of those parties to serve. So I guess in keeping with that, we could either choose to, amend it back, or we could continue to have a full board. And I'll have to say it's a great group of people to work with. They've been elected, and we've sort of had a mini democracy in our BIA in downtown Simcoe, and it's really worked out well as a group. And, I think the addition of this member would be a wonderful addition to the team. And it's unfortunate Mr. Wakeford has suffered from some ill health, and it's by no means a poor reflection of his service or his dedication to downtown Simcoe. He simply has a conflict and needs to step back. So logically for me, the person that got the next amount of votes would be primed for that seat.
And I believe it's a great addition to the team. I just wanted to make sure the rules allowed for it. So.
I think Councillor Van Passen, actually I gave Mr. Carter a call this morning when I saw that addition and asked him about that, and he said they were desperate for some additional help and they were excited about having Carol come on board. So if I could have a motion then that the resignation of Justin Wakeford from Simcoe BIA be accepted by council and that Carol Greentree be appointed to the Simcoe BIA to serve the remainder of the term. Seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Moving on to the adoption of the minutes. The minutes of the May 19th meeting are before you. Are there any errors or omissions? Councillor Columbus, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I would like to speak to item number 6. This is the deputation made by Steve Shears on behalf of the concerned residents of Norfolk. Okay. At that time, Madam Mayor, you had mentioned that when I was a member of the former term of council, that I brought back this motion with respect to the hub. And I just wanted to add to it and clarify. That meeting was April 10th, 2018, where I did exactly what you had indicated. And the motion actually included some conditions that were failed to be mentioned in your report. For example, item H, that staff conduct a cost analysis of each component of a proposed multi-use recreation facility for consideration, that staff be directed to investigate capital and operational costs of all aspects of the multi-use facility and the development of a business case for the facilities, and that the cost be included in the 10-year capital costs. And item I here, that staff provide an estimate of property tax impact of such a multi-use facility to the average Norfolk County home over a 20-year period, that such a multi-use recreation facility, including activities, programs, will not negatively impact activities and programs and opportunities in Norfolk County's other communities. And that actually speaks directly to Mr. Steve Shear's deputation, that one. And lastly, that the development of a multi-use recreational facility receive council approval and proceed only on condition that 2/3 of the project dollar value be financed by the federal provincial grant dollars, only leaving 1/3 to be financed by Norfolk County. I just wanted to add that and clarify it. Okay.
I think most of those were done, were they not? I mean, did you read the business case that was presented?
Yes. I just wanted to make a point that it wasn't just the fact that about bringing back the hub, there were conditions related to that. Okay.
But the hub just counts. I'm sorry about this microphone today. I don't know what's up with this. The hub was that motion though within the urban boundary of Simcoe as well, correct?
No, it said in the Simcoe area. My motion said the Simcoe area did not stipulate within the urban boundary. I voted against it with this new term of council simply because it was not central to all residents of Norfolk County.
Okay, well, we'll dig that up. Maybe I'll find that for you at a later date.
Far from central, thank you.
Okay, moving on then. So motion moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Masschaele, that the Norfolk County Council and Committee minutes of June 9th, 2020 be approved. All those in favor? And that's carried. Next motion is the reports of committees. June 9th, Council and Committee. The June 9th CIC minutes are before us and have no items that have been pulled by discussion. If there's no errors or omissions, can I have a motion to approve? Councillor Van Passen.
Just, the two minutes are out of order on the agenda.
Did I just read the same one again? My fault.
7A, it says council meeting on the agenda. It's actually the CNC minutes. And 8A is listed as CNC. It's actually the council in the package. It just got reversed. So we just did CNC meetings from June 9th, so we still have to do the council meeting of May 19th.
I see, okay. So the minutes of it would have been May 19th? May 19th meeting are before you. Are there any errors or omissions? Okay, seeing none, they're declared approved and adopted. Moving on to 8B, if I'm correct, items. B to E, that's various minutes of the Norfolk Library Board. There's 4 sets of minutes there. Is there any discussion on those? Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the first one here, February 26th. It was interesting to read that they're looking at the Waterford District High School as a potential library site. And I thought I heard some talk about having the library from Waterford move over to the museum location. So can we get some clarification on whether they're still looking at the museum, or have they got their heart set on another location?
I think they're still investigating all options. There's the possibility for some funding with the over at the school, but the museum is still under consideration. I know there's some concerns with the renovation costs and so on there that would require, but nothing's been decided at this point. Councillor Masschaele?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And if it will assist Councillor Columbus, we have a library board meeting coming up very shortly. We could raise that at that meeting as well.
Okay, in that case, motion's moved by Councillor Masschaele, seconded by Councillor Martin, that the minutes of the Norfolk Public Library Board's February, March, and April meetings be received as information. All those in favor? And that's carried. Next, the bylaws. I have a motion moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Masschaele, that bylaw 2020-16, bylaw 2020-47 to bylaw 2020-54 inclusive be approved, signed by the mayor and clerk, and affixed with the corporate seal. All those in favor? That's carried. Moving on, I think that we can avoid a closed session if everybody would be okay with both of the appointments to the Energy Conservation Board. So I'm seeing nods. Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to say that we will take anybody who wants to join us at the Energy Committee, but since they are open public meetings, David did join us at the last meeting, and he was very helpful, very knowledgeable. I think it would be a shame to lose him, and if he's willing to volunteer, let's grab him quick before he changes his mind. So.
Perfect.
And everybody knows JJ does a fantastic job as well, but you know, it's nice to get new people that come into this community that are willing to give their time to try to help us work through all these little details, and he's a great individual and very knowledgeable, so thank you.
Okay, so in that case, I have a motion moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Masschaele, that staff report PW 20-30 appointments to the Norfolk County Energy Conservation Committee be received as information, and that David Elstrom and JJ Knott be appointed to the Norfolk County Energy Conservation Committee for a term commencing immediately to November 30th, 2023. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. And then just the confirming bylaw, moved by Councillor Masschaele, seconded by Councillor Geisens. Unless there's any general announcements at this stage, or we could do them after the Board of Health. Okay, we'll do them after the Board of Health. That bylaw 2020-55 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of Norfolk County at this council meeting held on the 16th day of June 2020 be approved, signed by the mayor and clerk, and affixed with the corporate seal. Motion's been moved by Councillor Masschaele and seconded by Councillor Geisens. All those in favor? That's carried. And finally, that council be adjourned at 3:53 p.m. Moved by Councillor Van Passen and seconded by Councillor Masschaele. All those in favor? And that's carried. All right, so moving into the Board of Health, I'll now call the Board of Health meeting to order. We have two additional items of correspondence today, and if I could have a motion to add them to the agenda. Councillor Huffman, and seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? And that's carried. Moving on to, apologies. The communications items 3A1 through 3A14 inclusive be received as information. That's been moved by Councillor Martin and seconded by Councillor Masschaele. All those in favor? And that's carried. And my apologies, actually, I should have started before we get into the discussion. I will turn it over to you guys. I'm unclear myself, actually. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest on this matter? Councillor Taylor, any declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay. Seeing none then, there is nothing further on the agenda, so I will turn it over to Council. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Board Chair Chopp, sorry. I think the importance and the urgency behind this meeting is to discuss the appeal that Board of Health learned about in a press release in our inboxes, or if you weren't on your phone that quickly, you read it in the Simcoe Reformer. So I personally would like to express some concerns on the way that this Board of Health received information with regards to that appeal. Additionally, I would like to ask questions about how that came to be. I would like an update on the appeal in general as a Board of Health member. I would like to know where the appeal is going to be funded. I would like to know who okayed a press release sharing disappointment over the original results without coming to the Board of Health. And a few other questions, but I will pass it over to my colleagues.
Councillor Masschaele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also was of the understanding that we would have a limited amount of health unit staff here today, but I was given information that our county solicitor would be here, and I see she's here now. So, thank you. I do have some questions, but I'll hold them off for now. Thank you.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Board Member Chopp, Chair Chopp. I just want to reiterate Board Member Martin's comments. Those are exactly the same questions I have in regards to it being such a predominant issue in our county and finding things out in a press release and not having information, and again finding things out where it says we are disappointed in a press release, and I know I wasn't disappointed. So anyways, I think there's a lot of information that we need to get, and I think Chair, you've changed roles too many times today. Board Member Martin made those clear, so I'm looking forward to some clarification on all of those questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I too was, I heard, first thing I was talking to somebody on the phone, they said that something was on social media with respect to the decision on the appeal. And it took till several hours later before we as councillors and Board of Health actually received the right message. And I had a concern about the communication that was put out. It mentioned we twice, and I didn't know who we was. Was it we, the Board of Health? Was it the health unit? Was it our staff? Who's we? It never did clarify it. I also understand that we have up to 30 days to launch an appeal, and of course it was done immediately. And I wondered what the result was with our neighboring Hulamin County. I think it was on their discussion table today about whether they're going to compensate or pay their 40%. I'm anxious to hear what that's all about. And just before this meeting, I had a grower call me. He said he's mentally, physically, and emotionally exhausted, like all our other growers. And they're at their wits' end with this whole issue. And they are, you know, we're talking about a health issue here, and there's also the mental anguish that our farm family communities are going through should also be considered. There was talk about that it was about economics and finances and how much money they're going to make, but it's not. It's about the mental anguish that our farm families are going through at this current time. Thank you.
I think it's also about the health and safety of our migrant workers as well. So I don't know who best how to handle this in particular. Paula, did you want to maybe...
Can maybe the member, instead of a roll of questions, can the member maybe individually ask the questions and then we can respond?
Okay. So if any of the members would like to begin with Councillor Masschaele for your first question.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, and I should have also introduced Jill Doherty is here as well, and she represented the Board of Health at the appeal, so she's here to answer any questions for you too today. Thanks,
Okay, thank you again, Madam Chair. I guess first of all, and I think it's a very good suggestion for our CAO to suggest we ask one question at a time, because I think many of us, as Councillor Columbus and Councillor Huffman and Board Member Martin have mentioned, but I guess first of all, I would like just for some clarification on some factual matters. I have read in two separate sources that the appeal period is up to 30 days. And in another source, I've read that the appeal period must be made on the day of the decision. And I'm wondering, as our solicitor, that might be just a procedural matter that you would be aware of. Can you give us the answer to that?
Paul, would you like me to direct that to Jill, perhaps?
I can't answer it. but if I'm incorrect in any way, I'm sure Ms. Doherty will let me know. The typical rules do allow for an appeal within 30 days. You can appeal within that window in any time. I don't know if you would like me to elaborate at this point. I think I would best leave the reason for choosing to appeal on Friday to counsel to the medical officer of health, since she is his counsel and I am not.
I'd be happy to chime in on that. So it's true that you have a period of time. I'm getting quite a bit of echo here for some reason. It's true that you have a period of time in which you can bring your appeal. The challenge with a case like this is that it's important to appeal promptly, because otherwise the decision of the review board comes into effect. And if what that decision does is eliminate a component of the order that you're relying on to protect the public health, then you don't want to wait around to appeal, do it in a leisurely fashion, and in the meantime have the prospect of bunkhouse infections and outbreaks, which are going to impact the health of the community. So the rationale for appealing quickly is the appeal operates to stay the Board of Health order. And what that means is it prevents it from coming into effect, it maintains the status quo, and it lets you then proceed to evaluate the appeal and discuss it in a situation where there's not a panic about what the potential ramifications are to the health of the community.
I would also like to add to that the sooner it's appealed, this is just a practical matter, the sooner the appeal will be heard. And we already have scheduled with the divisional court, myself only as an observer, of course, the matter is going to be spoken to tomorrow with the divisional court by teleconference. So it could well be moving ahead very quickly.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And again, to just sort of pick up on that, part of the rationale is that, presumably for the sake of the farmers who are impacted by this order as well, they want to get a decision quickly relating to this issue. And so the quicker we start the appeal, the quicker we organize the hearing of the appeal with the court, the sooner this issue is going to be resolved.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if this is working. Okay, so, and thank you for that, Jill and Paula. So just for clarification, because I think that there is perhaps some misinformation out there, that the launching of the appeal so quickly after the decision was not a premeditated attempt by the Board of Health to continue to enforce the current rule that they had. They were waiting for the decision, as any unbiased party should be. That's correct?
That is correct. Also, I feel like it's important to indicate that this wasn't a decision to be made by the Board of Health. The decision is the decision of the medical officer of health. He is the respondent in the party. He is the one with the right to determine what happens next. I have thought about this carefully, talked it over many times. The Board of Health, county as a county, either one of them, it's like the decision initially was made. It is made by the medical officer of health. There is no obligation to consult around that. And it's similar with the appeal. What I would say is, because of the question of the leaving the 3-person per bunkhouse or isolation unit, the risk of that to the corporation going unattended, in particular I mean the health unit, the risks that created for the health unit, and I will let Ms. Doherty speak more to it, were not insignificant. The decision left the order intact, and people may remember, and concluded that there were reasonable and probable grounds for the medical officer of health to have made his order. The sole change was to the 3-person per bunkhouse rule. And as Member Van Passen at the last hearing may remember, he raised the question, well, the order does not actually require this. It was in the checklist. So leaving the order intact meant that isolation plans that had been approved for approximately 1,000 workers were now in jeopardy. And further, that it placed an onus on the health unit staff to now potentially revisit all of these isolation plans as well as new plans on a case-by-case specified specific plan. That was basically what the decision of the board required. That is an enormous resource draw on the part of the health unit, one which the health unit has indicated it cannot meet. So it was significantly putting at risk the ability of farmers to bring workers who were already approved and future workers, because of the expectations now placed on the health unit. I relay this solely as a person. I'm not the health unit, I'm not the staff. I simply relay the facts as they've been provided to me and to Ms. Doherty. And I don't know if there's anything else, Ms. Doherty, you'd like to say about what the decision was or is, since you were the counsel and our counsel on the matter and not me.
So what I'd say is that Ms. Budis has accurately described the effect of the order, which was the decision, which was to preserve the medical officer of health's order, but to carve out the 3 in a bunkhouse limitation. And what that did is it eliminated one of the key pieces of the checklist and the order that operated together to try and protect both migrant workers and the community by limiting the number of people who were going to be isolated together in a bunkhouse for the 14-day period. And when you carve that out of the application of the order, what you're left with is requiring the public health unit to do a bunkhouse by bunkhouse review as part of looking at every isolation plan. And that is something that the public health unit doesn't have the health inspectors for, or the resources, or the time, because in practical terms, what it would involve is having to go and do a very detailed inspection of each bunkhouse at the level of getting down and doing the full floor plan, all the measurements, how far apart are the beds, where are the pinch points, does everybody come down the same set of stairs, do you have to go through the kitchen to get to the bathroom, what is being proposed in terms of, for example, scheduling workers and imposing some sort of timetable for them to use different facilities, how is the flow of workers going to be handled within the bunkhouse. That sort of very detailed analysis is something that's going to be, at a practical level, not feasible for the health unit. Even to implement the current order that had the very clear maximum 3 to a bunkhouse guidance, it required 39 of the health unit staff to essentially be focused on doing these isolation plans. And based upon doing that sort of full court press, they were able to process most of these isolation plans under the existing order and the 3 to a bunkhouse guideline in an average of 2.5 days. If they had to implement what the effect of the review board's decision is, it would take many times longer than that. And it would have the sort of impact that the farmers have been expressing concerns about, which is the possibility that it's going to create delays in them getting workers in. So at a practical level, what the review board's decision did was create a framework that is not workable or implementable for this health unit. But the other part of it is that it really backs out a key component of a framework that actually has been successful. So if you look at it just in terms of where are we now, Haltom and Norfolk has had one bunkhouse outbreak post-isolation. And that's so even though, you know, as I'm sure you know better than I do, you have more migrant workers in Haltom and Norfolk than anywhere else in Ontario right now. And Ontario has more migrant workers than any other province. So this is the epicenter of migrant farm workers coming to Canada, and yet you've had one bunkhouse outbreak. Look across to, for example, Windsor, Essex. They've had 16 outbreaks at farming operations, and some of those outbreaks involved operations with multiple bunkhouses. And so the difference between Haltom and Norfolk and Windsor, Essex is, you know, in large part, you had a medical officer of health who made a proactive order and imposed some restrictions that limited how people were going to be isolated in bunkhouses when they came into Haltom and Norfolk. And it's been working because the acid test is, you know, you look at where are you now in the COVID-19 stages. Haltom and Norfolk has been approved, as you know, to move to stage 2 this Friday in the COVID-19 reopening framework. Windsor, Essex, along with Metro Toronto and Peel, is staying at stage 1. And the reason why Haltom and Norfolk has been permitted to move to stage 2 is really a reflection of the success that the medical officer of health and the health unit have had in effectively managing, among other things, the bunkhouse outbreak that is here and managing the isolation of migrant farm workers. So, you know, this is, you know, and if you kind of take a further step back and you look at, you know, the news, which we all do, you know, we're in a moment where you can barely pick up a paper without now reading an article about the plight of migrant farm workers. Mexico has said through their ambassador to Canada, they're not sending any more workers. And they are pointing to the death of 2 very young migrant workers from COVID-19 in Windsor, Essex. So one of them was in his 20s, another one was in his 30s. If you look at the bunkhouse outbreak that happened in Haltom and Norfolk, you had, in my recollection, 7 of the workers hospitalized, several of them in the ICU. One, I believe, has been transferred out of the jurisdiction to a larger hospital and is on, I think, 100% oxygen support. So in other words, you know, this is something that has serious consequences and serious risks. And the HSARB decision eliminates a key component of the order that's been in place to protect the workers and the broader community. And it's important to keep the order in place while pursuing the appeal. Because certainly when we look at the decision, we filed a notice of appeal that says the board got it wrong in that respect, that the finding that the 3 in a bunkhouse rule was arbitrary or not properly founded, is a finding that we've said in the notice of appeal was based on a misunderstanding of what a class order of this type is all about, and is based on a misunderstanding of the evidence that was before the board explaining why that 3 to a bunkhouse rule was implemented. So I've been talking for just some time. I should stop because people may have questions or may want to have me stop talking.
Okay, so I have Councillor Hoffman, then Councillor Van Baas, and then our board member, my apologies, and then board member Martin.
Thank you. Okay, a couple of questions. First question is, who pays for the appeal?
It is a joint expense between the two counties in accordance with whatever agreements they have in place. And truthfully, I think Andy might be the better person to answer that relationship than me. But it is, so something, before we talk about who pays for it, you have the public health unit or the health unit is the county. It's each of the counties together. That is who the Board of Health is. That is who it is. It's each of the counties. And so they are liable to pay those bills.
Okay, so I just want to reiterate again that you made it clear at the beginning that we really didn't have any say in any of this, but then there's a financial component, that there's a responsibility that the Board of Health and that there's a component from the Haldeman area and Norfolk that we pay for it. So we're paying for something that we have no say in, which doesn't seem quite right to me, and that's been quite a discussion among the farmers in the area as well. So I just want to clarify that Haldeman and Norfolk on a prorated basis will be responsible for paying the dollars that it costs to make this appeal. My next question is, was the initial Section 22 put in place because the Haldeman Norfolk Health Unit did not have the manpower to oversee it in a different manner? Was it the reason that 3 were chosen and that the language from the HSARB was that that number was arbitrary and they really had no idea where that number came from? So just from listening to Ms. Doherty and listening to yourself, Ms. Budis, I guess my question is, was the reason 3 was chosen was because we did not have the manpower here in Haldeman, Norfolk with the migrant farm workers that were coming in during the COVID-19 outbreak pandemic, that we couldn't do it any other way?
I think Mr. Burgess wants to answer there.
Hopefully this is on. I'll start the answer and I'll turn it over to the solicitor. We had previously circulated all the material that was presented to the board. Dr. Nessathari had extensive analysis on why he chose 3. It's a risk mitigation number that he chose, both for risk to the community and also risk to the farmer. And inside that material, there was analysis of, if you had 1 person in isolation, this is how many maximum total hours you could lose if your quarantine failed, if you had 3, 5, 10. So there was that analysis done. And then there was also the analysis of how much risk do you want to assume, because at the time of, this was all coming down, international travel was a high risk item for anyone coming into the country. That's why the government set those priorities up. Dr. Nessathari also makes assumptions on how much community risk in total can we assume, how much supplies are out there as far as the ability to absorb large outbreaks. If you witnessed the resources that we had to utilize for the on-farm outbreak recently, there was more than 25 people, I think, assigned to that, and we have to, frankly, we're spending $20,000 on translators to deal with that type of outbreak. So all those things get assessed into managing the risk to the community, to the workers themselves, and to the farmer. So it's kind of a 3-way test. How much risk can the worker assume, how much risk can the farmer assume, and how much risk can the community assume? So if you look at the material that was presented, which we had circulated before, there was lots of factors that went into his analysis. And I'll pass it over to either Paula or counsel for MOH.
I'll start, but I will not be very long. Ms. Doherty knows the evidence much better than I do. What the CAO just recounted is accurate. What I want to talk to about costs and resources is, you spoke initially, Member Huffman, on the question of paying legal fees. There are many ways in which we pay. We pay for not doing the right thing in terms of, or doing the less conservative thing, by having increased outbreaks, by having more staff time manage that, by having people in hospitals. We pay. We didn't start the litigation. A farmer has chosen to start the litigation, and the litigation process comes with risks. A person wins, a person loses, there are appeal rights. So I just want to bring that broader picture of what resources means, what the county's resources means in the context of the health unit. There are many costs associated with the time and energy of what we do have. And so what I think part of the decision, so when it comes to the 3 per bunkhouse rule, this is what I think Ms. Doherty can speak to better, and is one of the issues that I understand will be brought forward at the divisional court. At some point, you make a class order, and you make a decision that these are the rules that are going to apply across the class. And it is less of a case-by-case assessment than it is a class assessment. Travel was very risky. It's still very risky. Mexico, their numbers keep going up. Their testing, to my knowledge, has not. So between travel and traveling here and traveling through Pearson, those are all significant increased risks that population brings upon arrival. And so those are all the kinds of assessments that I understand from the evidence that I heard that came to determining the 3-person per bunkhouse rule. One of the other pieces of evidence were it reflected the population here. That is, in Haldeman, Norfolk, the average household size was, I think, something like 2.8. And so when travelers are coming back from their own international travel, that is approximately the unit size, if you will, of families who are cohorting together, recognizing the best thing for people is to individually isolate. But this number also reflected sort of the common situation within the community. So those are all the reasons, or a number of the reasons. I've probably missed some chains of transmission questions, cost to the farmer should a larger outbreak occur during an isolation period, the risks associated with international travel in particular, and in particular the migrant workers in the home countries they come from, is very significant. So, and they're hard to measure accurately. We don't even have our own data isn't accurate. So when you are looking at the data from international countries where the measurements of statistics are not as good, your ability to even risk assess that travel is compromised. So that was what I understood led to the choice at the beginning when the order was instituted. Many of those risks would still remain and probably have even increased insofar as they relate to particularly Mexican migrants. I don't know about others. So I don't know if Ms. Doherty wants to say anything else.
So I agree with the comments that have been made both by Mr. Burgess and by Ms. Budis. I would back up and just to very directly address Ms. Huffman's question. The reason for setting it at 3 wasn't that the health unit didn't have the resources to do an individualized analysis on a bunkhouse per bunkhouse basis. The reason for setting it at 3 is that this was made as a class order, which is different than the type of order that you might get, for example, relating to a health hazard at a particular premises or in a particular business. This was a broad public health order under a specific section of the legislation that was amended after the SARS outbreak to allow just this type of broad class order so that you could put in quickly broad public health measures applicable to a whole class of individuals within the health unit that didn't require an individual farm by farm or person by person judgment call. So the way that the determination was approached is that, and all of this evidence was before the review board. It doesn't, much of it didn't get mentioned in the decision, which is one of the bases for appeal, is that the review board either didn't give sufficient weight to or didn't understand the importance of the evidence that was put forward about what went into establishing this 3 per bunkhouse rule. So one of the things that was done is some detailed calculations to look at what is the level of risk if you increase the number of people in a bunkhouse. What would happen, for example, if you set the number at 10 or the number at 5? And what those calculations show is that the more people that you add to a bunkhouse, or for example, or any communal living situation, so think long-term care homes, or any other situation where people are living in a communal setting with shared bathrooms and shared kitchens as exist in a bunkhouse. And they're sleeping typically in sort of large dormitory style areas with bunk beds spaced throughout the dormitory. So every person that you add to that number in the bunkhouse increases the risk exponentially, not just a bit. But for example, just to give you a practical example, if you have 3 people in a bunkhouse, depending on what background risk you're assuming for the person who's in the bunkhouse, you're looking at somewhere between a 5 to 6% risk. If you increase that to 10 people in the bunkhouse, you're already up close to 20% risk that someone's going to get sick. So the point is you have more chains of transmission and a much higher risk the more people that you add that someone will get sick. So that's part of it. The other calculation that was done by the health unit was to say, okay, what happens if someone does get sick? What happens to the farm operation? And what happens to those workers in terms of their ability to work? And the Scotland farm outbreak is really a good example of what happens when you get a lot of people in a bunkhouse and the virus is transmitted through a large group of people. Everybody's isolation period gets extended, and often the whole farm operation has to be shut down. And during that whole time, the farmer has to continue paying the workers, and they can't work. And that's true in the isolation period too. So if you have, and again, the way that the situations in Haldeman, Norfolk, where there has been a person who tested positive in an isolation bunkhouse, the way that those have actually unfolded shows how effective the 3 to a bunkhouse rule has been, because there have been 6 outbreak investigations relating to groups isolating in a bunkhouse. And one situation where one of the workers actually tested positive. But the reason why you haven't seen the big news coverage, the closure of the farm operations, the spillover effect into the community is because with a 3 to a bunkhouse rule, you're only talking about 2 or 3 workers who have their isolation periods extended, can't work, and have to remain isolated, and in the interim are paid by the farmer. So that manages to contain the effects of outbreaks during the isolation period. So that was part of the analysis. The other part of the analysis was the possibility of spread to the community. So one of the things that was considered was the more people you have isolating together in the bunkhouse, and the larger an outbreak you have, the more prospect you have that it will leak into the community, either during the isolation period or after the isolation period, if one of the workers continues to be infected. And the concern is there are a number of vulnerable groups within the community who could be impacted by that. So that was part of the analysis as well. The other thing that was considered is, well, let's look at what's done with other groups that are isolating together when they come back from international travel. So one of the examples considered was people coming back from travel on cruise ships. What happened with them? Well, they were isolated in Trenton in their traveling groups, so to speak. So people who were in a cabin together in a cruise ship were isolated separately in a hotel room, separate from the other people on the cruise ship. It's not like they put everybody together. Similarly, families who return from travel, the average size of a family together is 2 to 3 people. So that is another example. The other thing that shows up in the review board's order is the fact that everybody agreed. So the expert for Mr. Schuyler, the expert witness for the medical officer of health, the medical officer of health, everybody agreed that the best number for isolation is 1. The safest thing to do is to isolate people alone. So that's the, kind of the ideal starting point, if you will. And so all of these things were considered in setting that rule up of 3 to a bunkhouse. It wasn't just a rule of convenience that, well, the public health unit doesn't want to have to administer something more complicated. That was not the analysis.
Just to follow up on that, I don't think there was any, I was not implying that, Ms. Doherty, I think you need to mute.
Sorry?
You need to mute your microphone.
My apologies.
Just to clarify, I was not implying that the health unit was just deciding that, in regards to your last comments, that they didn't want to have to do anything more complicated or more intensive. That was not what was stated at all. It was a question of knowing that we're at a rural area and our numbers are limited and the size of our health unit. It was simply a question. And I'm quite aware of the costs in terms of the health of individuals and things like that. I don't feel that that's a debate that we're having. My simple question was, who is paying for the appeal? Because we have a lot of people who are asking that, and I wanted to know. I didn't know. I'm on the Board of Health, and I don't know these things. So the final question is in regards to something that Ms. Doherty had mentioned, and that the reason that we're moving to stage 2 was part and parcel because of this this Section 22 order. So has it been relayed to someone here in the county that the reason we moved to stage 2 was because of the Section 22 order, that actually played a part?
So I can...
Dr. Nessathari would be the best. He had the individual conversation with the Chief Medical Officer of Health for Ontario, is my understanding. If you remember, when we were not allowed to move forward, it was specifically referenced the Scotland outbreak. When Dr. Nessathari was able to speak directly to the people at the province, and when you take our numbers in context and just show the isolation and then of that one outbreak, and you look at the management of everything else, I believe that's what moved the the province to say, yes, okay, they have their isolation, you know, this is a controlled incident, their underlying risk is a lot lower than other areas that have multiple outbreaks and couldn't control them. But Dr. Nasathari, I'm saying this secondhand information, Dr. Nasathari was the one who actually had the direct conversation, and he would be best to answer that question specifically.
Okay, moving on. Next is Councillor or Board Member Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to start. I have the utmost respect for our medical officer of health and all of our staff, and I think everything they've done, well, for this entire calendar year, they've always thought of the health and safety of our citizens, of the workers. They've always put that front and center. And, you know, they're acting on the best information they have. But, you know, whether they're interpreting that information the same way, that's the part I question sometimes. And I also want to compliment both lawyers doing a very good job of being lawyers and confusing the issue and try to spin us around. But that's what good lawyers do. So I will offer my point of view of looking at a problem from a different way. You compare Alderman Norfolk with Windsor, Essex, because they had 16 outbreaks. But remember, most of those workers have been in Canada for over a year. They never went through a isolation period. So that's just a community contact pickup. So the 3-man in a bunkhouse isolation for the 14 days is not part of that equation. The post isolation outbreak, the large one, that was post-isolation. The 3-man to a bunkhouse rule doesn't apply to that. You talk about, increasing the number of people in a bunkhouse, and, you're not sure if we have the staff time to monitor pinch points and things like that. Well, we don't monitor pinch points even with 3 people in the bunkhouse. We don't schedule usage of certain facilities with 3 people in the bunkhouse. All we can hope for is that they have enough common sense to sort of follow the rules. So whether there's 3 in that bunkhouse or more, we don't send the pinch point police out there to monitor them 24 hours a day, and we won't in the future. We don't have the manpower to go back and reassess all of the existing isolation plans. Well, if they're existing isolation plans, we don't need to assess them because they're based on 3 persons per bunkhouse. I think we inspect all these bunkhouses every year. We have the floor plans for all the bunkhouses. It's a matter of making the rules so that they're not so onerous that it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that we don't have the manpower to use it. You have to have faith in people that they will follow the rules themselves, and as long as there is enough square footage, enough square meters, cubic meters, those kind of things, the distance between beds, the distance between stoves, facilities, as long as that's all in place, unless you're going to put people in there 24 hours a day to babysit them during the 14-day isolation period, then we just need to make the rules so that they are adjusted to the real world. Based on that point of view, I think I would rather spend our time, our money, our resources on trying to make the rules work, trying to get something accomplished that helps not only the workers, but it helps the farmers, it helps the whole community. So we have 2 choices. One way or the other is going to cost a lot of money. One way we give it to some lawyers in the big city to go appeal the decision. The other way we spend it on the ground to deal with the actual workers themselves, and I'd rather do the latter instead of the former. So I know that was a bit of a rant and there wasn't really a question in there, but if you would like to explain where I'm wrong on any of those points, I'm more than willing to listen.
Okay, let me give it a try. First of all, I don't disagree with you that there's lots better ways to spend your money than on lawyers. But I would reiterate what Ms. Buddha said. The medical officer of health didn't pick this fight. he made an order that was designed to be protective of the people of Haltom and Norfolk, including the workers. It's been effective to do that, according to the profile of the bunkhouse outbreaks that have occurred here and elsewhere. And when that order was challenged, it's his obligation and the Board of Health's obligation to protect the health of the people within the health unit. This disease has been designated as a disease with a significant impact on public health. It's one of the areas where the legislation mandates that you have a program in place. And the medical officer of health has an obligation when this sort of class order is challenged to show up and defend the order if he believes, as he did, otherwise he wouldn't have made the order, that it is necessary to decrease or eliminate the spread of COVID-19 in the health unit. So, it's not an expenditure that was of Dr. Nasathurai's own choosing. With respect to your comment about the pinch point police, the suggestion isn't that someone is going to have to go into each of these bunkhouses and monitor people 24/7 to make sure that they're distancing. The point is that when these isolation plans now hit the health unit, the type of analysis that they would have to do if this 3 in a bunkhouse rule was not in place is much more detailed and of an entirely different nature than what they have done in the past. Because what the review board's order basically says is, it says make a judgment call on a bunkhouse by bunkhouse basis. And so the information that the Board of Health has from doing just the basic health and safety inspections on these bunkhouses in the past is not the type of information that you'd need to do that case-by-case judgment call on an ongoing basis. And so, when I'm talking about what the health unit would have to go through to make a judgment call individualized on each of these bunkhouses, that's what I'm referring to, is how onerous it would be to go through these isolation plans. Because what the review board said was not, it was okay to isolate lots of people in a bunkhouse as long as they physically distance. They said it's clear that the number of people in the bunkhouse isolating can't be anything near to what normally you would put in there. So what the review board said is, well, you need to go and make a case-by-case analysis of that. So that's what I'm saying is going to be impossible given the health unit's resources, and it's going to be very time intensive. It's not going to assist at the end of the day the farming community to be able to get workers in and working. And what's more, it's one of those be careful what you ask for situations, because if you have a bunkhouse with 20 guys in it or 10 guys in it and one of them gets sick, that is a much different type of outbreak to manage than if you've got a couple of guys or a few guys and one of them gets sick, and you can shut down the impact of that pretty quickly and with limited resources. In terms of the concern about existing plans, the concern is that there are a bunch of farmers who have existing isolation plans that have already been approved under the old rules, and the concern is that the health unit may see all of these previously approved isolation plans come back to them with proposals that many more workers be able to be isolated in each bunkhouse. So they're going to not only have new isolation plans filed, they're going to see a recycling of all of the old isolation plans, which again, they just don't have time to do. But the more important point is not just there's not the time to do it, it's that the 3 in the bunkhouse rule is one that safeguards the safety of these individuals in the bunkhouse and the broader community. The more people that you put in that bunkhouse, the more significant the risks are of an outbreak. And so, to put a large group in a bunkhouse is really a false economy. Anyway, I think that that responds to a number of the points you raised. If I haven't covered them all, I'm happy to go back at it, and maybe Ms. Budis has some additional thoughts on that.
I could just ask one more comment about the isolation plan. We had a very large farm operation, had a major outbreak, 180 some odd employees. That individual farmer went above and beyond. He isolated them individually, just like everybody, all the experts agreed that that's the best way to do it. So they've gone above and beyond, and we still had an outbreak after the isolation plan, and nothing in this ruling deals with that part. It only deals with the 3 men per bunkhouse during the 14-day isolation period. We've never had a problem during the 14-day isolation period. It's always after the fact.
Okay, may I please speak to the evidence?
Actually, I'm going to start first, and then, so through the chair to the member, just to clear some facts up. One is Windsor Essex did have outbreaks during the isolation period, the initial travel isolation period. We've had issues, frankly, during the isolation period. Well, the issue is, you may say there only one tested positive. The issue is the way the rules are, if you become symptomatic, you're required to extend yours. So whether it's an actual positive test or not a positive test, it becomes an issue for everyone who's being self-quarantined. So if you get 10 people in a bunkhouse with systematic issues with it, and they may still be required to extend. This board had received previous presentations from Dr. Nessathari about the strategy on the pre versus the post. The post is an issue, and I'll speak to that after. We need to deal with that. But on the pre one, the whole intent was to reduce the risk of migrant workers coming in to the point of the community level risk or below the community level risk. Because if you bring them in at a higher than community level risk, then your risk for outbreak is higher. And whether the outbreaks happen, frankly, pre or post, the results are still the same. So because we've been lucky on some of the pre, it doesn't mean that as you continue to bring more and more workers in, you're not going to get unlucky. So it is frankly, it's a game of the odds. So the risks from someone coming into traveling inbound, there's going to be a percentage that's there, and that will happen. The issue of we don't monitor the 3 of the bunkhouse, we do monitor. We do have inspectors that go out to ensure that there is only 3, and we do have some monitoring. We would have to increase the monitoring for that. The issue of manpower specifically, now that we're going into a stage here of economic recovery. So now that we're in level 2, I have 10 PHIs, 10 public health inspectors currently. To manage the existing program, where we can turn around applications fairly quickly, because as Councillor Van Passen has said, we use the old plans, we have that information, and we assume a level of risk, frankly, when you're doing that. As all the expert evidence is, the best isolation plan is singular. Once you start adding some additional people to it, your risks increase, and it's a matter of managing that risk. So Dr. Nessathari can assume a risk of an outbreak of 3. And we can manage that both with internal and external resources. But now if we start to have to inspect everyone, I have a farm, a program that I'll have to manage. Now I'm going to have to be managing hairdressers, nail salons, tattoo parlors, food and beverage. I only have 10 inspectors. So there will be a manpower issue going forward. And I've already had 40 people on this file to begin with. The last point is, there is a new reality here, and as Councillor Van Passen has stated, a lot of these outbreaks have happened post, and that issue has to be dealt with. And but to say, well, I'm willing to accept even more risk pre because there's a big risk post, I'm not sure that's a calculation that, as a health unit they can take on, because my concern, frankly, is if we ended up with 2 outbreaks like we had recently, we had 1, we managed 1. If I ended up with 2 those types of outbreaks, I'm not sure we internally have those resources to manage 2 at the same time. So whatever items we decide to do, if we can reduce the risk of transfer on travel and then just manage the risk for post quarantine period, that's something we have to assess. But if we up our risk on travel, plus we have our risk post quarantine, we have to evaluate whether we can manage that. And frankly, I haven't done that evaluation. We're working through it, as a public health group, to see how much risk can we actually take on and how many fouls can we actually do. And that's something that, is being worked on right now by the health unit. But if we had 17 bunkhouses like Windsor, we can't handle that type of risk exposure. So that's a challenge. I don't have an answer for you specifically. It's a reality that I think the province is coming to grips with now. Dr. Williams is on record saying it's one of the top priorities. He's loosening up resources, but everyone's playing catch up on this file as far as from an independent observer. We're not ahead of this curve. We're behind it. So we need to get ahead of it.
There's one thing in that explanation that I hope you misspoke, where you said that you send inspectors out to make sure there's only 3 people in a bunkhouse isolating. And I don't know how many farmers have called me, and I'm sure other councillors have got these calls. They've got federal inspectors coming down. They have provincial inspectors coming down. They have inspectors from the farms organizations that brings the workers in. They have the farmer or supply country liaison stopping in to see how the workers are doing. And they get inspected by the county sometimes twice a day. Had complaints of 3 and 4 inspectors from different jurisdictions on different days. And do you really think that a farmer is going to have 3 guys in a bunkhouse isolating, and then at nighttime he's going to sneak in a couple more and hope nobody notices that, like, they flew a plane in, got on a bus in Toronto, and they snuck them into the bunkhouse, and you have to go check every day if there's still only 3 in there? That just makes no sense, and it shows a total lack of trust to these hard-working people out there. So I hope that you just misspoke on that statement.
Can I?
Sorry, I was just going to say through the chair. The reality is that there is inspection. When we started this program, no one was inspecting anything because no one assumed no one realized the risk. What's happening, what you're actually describing, is everyone's now on the page that these are major risks. We're one of the few areas that actually enumerates and knows where each worker is and where they're supposed to be. And that's something that was designed in this program to manage those risks. So once in the 2-week period, someone shows up to ensure that the farmer has all their paperwork in order, that the 3 people that they said was, in the residence was there, make sure anything else, like the 6-foot border that maybe outside the bunkhouse, everything's in compliance. We're averaging just above 95% compliance, so the program is working well. But to not show up once and say you have a program that you're managing, if the tables went the other way and we had outbreaks and the public health was in front of this council saying, well, you did a program and you never even bothered showing up once to see if whatever you said was being done, I wouldn't want to be in that position. So to have our health inspectors go out once to make the check, to make sure that the farmer is doing their health checks appropriately, or that they're tracking it, to see if there's any issues, if there's any other help that can be provided, I think is a reasonable approach. And I agree, the risks that are being highlighted nowadays with all the other ministries is just an indication of, frankly, the indication of how important this issue is to both the federal government and the provincial government, because they were nowhere to be found a couple of months ago.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to speak a little bit about the Scotland Farm outbreak, and again, this is best from the medical officer of health, but he's not here. But we did hear, and by the way, he's not here, as you know, because he's managing this very outbreak this week and has been for weeks. We heard in evidence that it was just as they had started doing their investigation, 2 of the workers during their self-isolation period at Scotland Farms did not report. So there was a failure in the self-isolation plan at that point from the looks of it. Had we caught those 2, maybe we wouldn't have had an outbreak quite as large as we did. I don't believe that was the only potential source of this particular outbreak. I understand there were potentially a couple of other ways in which there was a vector, if you will, a vector case or whatever they call it, the initial case that might have resulted in a spread. And so in the end, I believe that it involved approximately 190 people, of which 20 were community members, through various entry points, if you will. And clearly the end result in congregate living post self-isolation period was going to make it so that was going to be a very significant outbreak that had to be managed. So I just wanted to point out that actually there was a problem during the self-isolation period, and because the self-isolation plan did not pan out the way we'd hoped it would, that happened. So I also would like to talk about this concept that COVID-19 is defined under the regulations as a disease of public health significance, which the Board of Health has a specific legal obligation to run a program on. We can't rely on the federal government to manage our program. We have to manage our program. It's our legal obligation to check up on those workers. It was not an excessive amount of time. My understanding from the time I was still managing the bylaw team before Mr. Milson took it over was that once the workers arrived, within apparently 24 hours, they were to call us, let us know they were here. The public health inspectors assigned would call them, make sure everybody arrived on time, that they'd gotten to their self-isolation units. I believe at some point thereafter, one of the bylaw team would be sent out to check up on everyone, see how everything's going, do a checklist, and then off they went. I'm not under the impression that there were multiple visits. Thereafter, I believe that we rely on the farmers to let us know and do wellness checks and tell us how everything's going. So again, we have to rely on our farmers. Most of them, if not all of them, would not want their workers to become ill. It's of no use to them to find themselves dealing with allowing a worker to be ill and then potentially infect others. So I think there was a good balance in terms of our resources on an inspection level. You can't control for everyone and everything. I just wanted to comment that I don't believe we did anything that resembles over-inspection, and yes, other agencies did come in, but they have their own programs too. One of the things that I hope will come out of this big picture somewhere down the line is an evaluation of all the very many agencies, what they did or didn't do, what would have been a better way to do it, that would have been less complicated and less expensive, and for everyone, meaning 3 or 4 different agencies kind of doing their own thing. I would have many comments, Member Van Passen, about how this could have been done better on a multi-agency, multi-level government than it was. And I personally, based on my observations, feel that the Holloman Norfolk Health Unit had to fill gaps. And that's what they did their best to do.
Report. Jill, go ahead.
The other thing that I would add to that is that the province thought that the order made by Dr. Naisathurai, including this 3 per bunkhouse limit, was something that was a valuable proactive measure, because the Ministry of Health reached out to Dr. Naisathurai to ask if he would share the materials and his checklist and the analysis that this health unit went through with other medical officers of health in order to assist them in looking at similar approaches to isolation plans. And so this was not something that was not supported by the province. Like, to the contrary, it was regarded as a model of proactive management of these issues. And the other thing that I would say is that, so you've heard Ms. Buddha say, well, there was a problem with the quarantine of some of the workers that preceded the Scotland Farm outbreak and contributed to it. Well, the problem in the quarantine was that a couple of the workers reportedly felt sick during the quarantine and didn't report their symptoms. Now they're supposed to do that, not just under the order that was made by Dr. Nasathuride, but under general federal requirements for 14-day quarantine. They're supposed to have reported their symptoms to public health authorities and, so that they could be addressed. The fact that occasionally doesn't happen. I mean, the reality is that with any isolation or quarantine measure, you are going to get situations where there's not perfect compliance. But that doesn't mean that, there's no point in having effective measures for isolating these workers when they come in from other countries and travel to Halden and Norfolk. That just speaks to the need to, kind of look at what happened in each case and say, well, is there a way that we can, do this better? Or is there a way that we can enforce this quarantine better? Again, the fact that you have outbreaks in bunkhouses after quarantine, again, that's a separate risk. It's one that, as Mr. Burgess said, is on the radar screen of federal and provincial and local health authorities. It's an issue to be dealt with, but it's a separate issue. And it's not a reason to say we're not going to bother with worrying about making sure that we have appropriate measures in place during the isolation period, because they're sort of two separate risks, if you will. The 14-day isolation period and the limit of 3 to a bunkhouse is designed to take workers at one of the highest risk periods, which is when they arrive from overseas or from foreign travel, and make sure that during that 14-day period, they are cleansed of the virus so far as possible. So that what they come out into the community, clear of the virus, and then they're not presenting a risk when they get into the next setting. And then the second issue, if you will, to be grappled with is that I've mentioned is, once they get out in bunkhouses post isolation, and that's a risk that all levels of government are recognizing and trying to grapple with.
Councilor Grant Pass, are you finished? Or?
I was just going to say, maybe if those individuals had isolated with several of their friends instead of all by themselves in a hotel room, one of their friends would have reported them. So, which one's the better idea?
Okay, next on the list was Councilor Martin, then Board Member Martin, Board Member Taylor, and Board Member Columbus, and yourself.
Thank you, Chair Chopp. If I could just go back to Paula's comment very quickly about gaps being filled, I would agree with that. I would agree with the health unit stepping up and Dr. Nasathari stepping up, and they've done a good job to fill those gaps. More support is evidently needed from both the federal and provincial letter, and I think Mayor Chopp articulated that very well in a letter that she sent off to the Premier and others. But what I've also heard is that a third-party appeal board ruled that this is not necessarily the best approach. And so, forgive me, I'm going to go back here. I have a couple questions, and there's been some long answers, so I'm going to trail back to the beginning here. Paula, you mentioned that Shanker is the client, which is true. However, the taxpayer pays the bills, and the Board of Health wears the decision. And at the very, very least, I expect to be briefed on information. I think that this council has been nothing but supportive at large of Dr. Nessathari and staff in our health unit, but we lost an appeal, and I'm of the opinion that it's a neutral third-party board. And this isn't probably a fair question to stick to Mr. Burgess, because one, he's not the CAO of the Board of Health, and two, he does a great job at updating council regularly on a variety of matters, but I want to know where our communication was. And further, if we had have listened to staff, we'd be having this meeting on Friday, when we just learned that there's a very real possibility that this appeal is going to be scheduled for tomorrow. So, you know, what new information would come up in four days, and then what would the messaging have been to us at that point? And does this Board of Health, as my first question, need to pass a motion for regular updates, because it's been several weeks since we've met in the middle of an emergency pandemic?
Can I just clarify, I'm sorry, about tomorrow's teleconference is not to actually have the hearing, in case you thought that's what I was suggesting. It is just a procedural step to determine how and when and it's going to be heard. But it should be expedited through the court.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Still, resources would be spent on it before we would be briefed, but thank you. I did think that you meant the hearing.
Through the board chair to the member, I would agree. I think, you know, I think we need to do a bit better job at communication. I think the challenge that the public health unit finds itself in is you have a number of people working a lot of hours, you know, to deal with situations at hand, and I think we need to provide them with more support so that they can get their communications out. And I will take that myself. I normally do get some updates from mostly on a daily basis from Dr. Nessathari, and I think what I'll take from this is I will personally ensure that there's a greater level of communication to the board.
Thank you, appreciate that. Again, I know that that's not directly your responsibility, but I would appreciate more regular updates, especially concerning something like this. My next question goes to the comments over resources. And I know initially we offered staff time to execute and administrate the individual isolation plans. And now we're hearing that we don't have the resources in general to go forward. I'm no judge of what type of resources would be dedicated to one or the other program, but the one question that I haven't heard here today, and I don't personally know myself, is what are the other municipalities doing who are running programs like an alternate program that we could be looking at in the future?
Thank you. Through the board chair, I'll address this, and I think we can provide maybe a better report to you later on what some of the other communities are doing. I'm going to preface my answer that each community has their own set of risks that they have to address. So a community that you know, may take in 1,000 higher risk migrant workers, but their population is 100,000. Their underlying risk set for outbreaks are different than our community that has our population expands by 5% in the summertime because of migrant workers, and then several more percent because of cottagers and everything else. So we all have our own risks, and because of those underlying risks, you have to determine your policies of how you're going to manage those risks differently. I think some communities went with the minimum standards that were set out by the federal government, and I'm not sure exactly what Windsor Essex did, but my understanding is that they might have followed more of at the beginning, more of those minimum standards, and they had issues. British Columbia, same thing. Now, British Columbia, when they had their first major outbreak, and a business essentially closed down, British Columbia changed. British Columbia said, listen, we're taking it over as a province. We're going to manage it from here on out because this outbreak was too significant and needs to be done on a provincial basis. New Brunswick provincially decided up until a couple of weeks ago they weren't taking in any migrant workers. They canceled the program essentially up until a few weeks ago. Prince Edward Island, they also took the BC approach. And both provincial approaches was isolation in a hotel, no different than how the federal government managed cruise people coming back. So there's, the answer is more complex because in certain jurisdictions, the province took it over. In Ontario, it was done for each of the individual health units. I can provide a bit more detail on what that is. The one thing I will say is that whatever was decided, back in the near the end of March, their programs have changed now because everyone's doing it differently now after they've learned these lessons. So I think you can take a look at what was done in the past and what was being done now. And frankly, my biggest concern as I work with the farm group is, what's going to come down the path in the future? Because that's the other thing we have to plan for. What are some of the risks to this going forward? So I know I don't have a specific answer for you, Member Martin, but I'll get the health unit to pull something together. But I hope that gives you a little bit of background to the different risks, the risk frameworks and some of the different approaches at provincial levels.
Thanks, Mr. Burgess. I think obviously there's no one-size-fits-all cookie-cutter approach, but there are other options out there that this Board of Health has not discussed. The health unit may have, but we have not. Chair Chopp, if I could, I have another question. We've discussed funding, and we've discussed, that there's always a dollar value to pay, whether people are in our hospital or using other resources and services, but we haven't really drilled down on, a budget line per se, where this is coming out of. And I think it's worth mentioning that we went through a really, really tough budget. It's not about money, it's about health and safety of the community. But when we are talking about Dr. Nasathari being the client and this Board of Health not having information, I think it's pertinent to know where the funding is coming from, especially when we made dramatic and unfavorable cuts, community cuts to the health unit that did not and have not gone over well in our community. So again, I ask, is there a specific budget line we're going to see this come out of? How do we plan for something like this?
Through the chair to the board member, I'll go back to the county reports. So I hate to put on the different hat, but we did, as a county, provide financial information on the COVID-19 impacts and our share of some of those Board of Health costs. Is there a funding source for it now? The answer is no. The last report showed we were in a significant deficit position. We will be in a position in July in September to provide what is our solution for narrowing that budgetary gap. But is there a specific, there are specific funding pools for legal challenges and that kind of stuff. The issue is when you look at the total global overall budget, we're forecasting a deficit of, more than $4 million. So that I can't say that everything's being funded at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. My final question is, actually, Mayor Chopp may know this answer. I don't want to put you on the spot, but do you happen to know the results of the Haldeman County motion today with regards to this particular discussion? Mr. Burgess has it.
The only thing I would add in terms of the funding, I think this is where we have to all, lobby the province for funding for this, to make up for these bills that we're encountering. Because again, remember that this was, an exception, as we have Canadians that are stranded in other countries around the world still, to ensure food production and security for, certainly for the entire province, but the country as well. And so, I think that it's critical, particularly when Toby Barrett is the parliamentary assistant to the Minister of Agriculture. We have yet to hear, any news from them on where some of the funding for this will come from.
This was sent to me by Mr. Manley just a few hours ago. The motion was that the mayor and CAO draft correspondence to the Board of Health for their next meeting indicating that, one, that Haldeman County is concerned about the magnitude of the resources required and costs incurred by the local health unit, which are associated with managing the COVID-19 risk associated with foreign temporary workers. Two, that the Haldeman County request the Board of Health to request that the federal and provincial governments to take leadership and provide adequate resources and funding to assist in the proper management of the COVID-19 risks associated with the foreign temporary worker. And three, that Haldeman County indicate it does not support the appeal, does not support the appeal of the Board of Health decision to the Health Services Review and Appeal Board to strike down the 3 worker per bunkhouse limit during the COVID-19 pandemic.
And if I may, are there any comments on, was that a recorded vote or?
Through the chair, that was just what was sent to me as what was passed, sorry.
Okay, next in line is Board Member Taylor.
Thank you, Board Chair Chopp. Through you, to start, I think when the updates to us as a board go out, we should also be including Haldeman Council on those updates just to keep everyone up to date, because I know they've gotten a lot of questions coming to them that they didn't have the answers to, so just to keep everyone up to date.
I could interrupt there. Mayor Hewitt is invited to all of the EOC meetings as well.
And secondly here, I would hope that our staff at the health unit are potentially thinking, if the appeal is unsuccessful, what we can do to ensure that that stoppage of those 1,000-ish workers doesn't happen. What are those other options to get those people here quicker, to do it safely?
Through the chair to the member Taylor, you know, some people might just leave their existing isolation plans in place, and that level of risk has already been accepted by the health board. You know, we are looking at different strategies. The issue is going to be, you know, can we effectively execute on it? And one of the issues is timeliness. So one of the effects that the appeal does is it does stay everything at this point in time, so everything continues on as normal. So everything that's been planned for this year can continue on as normal without interruption. And the farmer would have to, frankly, opt out of what they've already filed. If they wanted to refile something, then we would have to, you know, we would have to then reassess that new farm plan. So we are looking at options, but like I said earlier, we have this another layer of work that's coming down. So, you know, you have to remember the health unit, there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes on in the summer. There's rabies calls, there's all these other calls that the health unit's normally busy with. Now you have this farm management program that's on top of it, and now you have what I would expect to be increased inspections and increased issues as we move into the level 2 recovery, with all these other new businesses opening up and requirements and potential complaints from the public on safe approaches that would be obligated to investigate further. So do we have a solution today, Member Taylor? I wish I said, yeah, we got a plan in our pocket. We don't. That's the challenge that we face, is we're not sure we'd be able to execute a plan currently, especially within the existing resources we have.
Okay, I just actually I had just had a message come up because I had asked. It was a 7-0 vote in Haldeman. I guess not to support the appeal as well from one of the councillors. Councillor Taylor, were you finished there? Okay, or board member rather, Board Member Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at this report here. It's the learner's report that we received, and it's to Ms. Doherty, I guess. This Health Services Appeal Review Board was staffed with some pretty impressive personnel. We had 2 lawyers and a a physician, a practicing physician from Mount Sinai Hospital. And you had implied that they didn't quite get the message that Dr. Necessary was trying to put across to them somewhere in there. I kind of lost it. I don't know what you meant by it, but you had implied that they must not have had a full understanding of it. And then I also see here that the chief of the emergency department of a local hospital was also in questioned or gave evidence, witness, I guess, whatever you want to call it. Can you comment on the fact on the review panel and on the chief of the emergency department of a local hospital?
Sure, I can comment on it. To speak first about the Health Services Appeal and Review Board, what I would say is that Appeal and Review Board has never dealt with a Section 22 class order, to the best of my understanding. And they had no cases that were a guide to them about how you should deal with class orders. And I think it's fair to say that for everybody in the courts, in the medical field, in public health, dealing with COVID-19 is, terrain that is generally unknown. And there is, a considerable amount of litigation that is now going to the courts. Appeals from a whole variety of tribunal decisions and government orders arising out of COVID-19 that, that is calling on the courts to give some guidance in this area. And when I say that the board may not have understood or appreciated the importance of some of the evidence on this 3-to-1 bunkhouse issue, the basis on which we've said that as our ground of appeal is that when you read the board's reasons for decision, it doesn't mention much of the evidence, and there was a great deal of evidence led and lots of exhibits marked that set out in great detail what the analysis is for this 3-to-1 bunkhouse rule. And yet to read the board's decision, the impression that you could be left with is that the whole rationale for the 3-to-1 bunkhouse rule was saying, well, that's the average size of a family, and therefore that should be how many people isolate together in a bunkhouse. In fact, you have the board saying, well, we really didn't hear an explanation about what the basis was for this 3-to-1 bunkhouse rule. And yet, the materials that were before the board in evidence included, in fact, very detailed calculations and explanations of what the public health basis was for arriving at this 3-to-1 bunkhouse rule. And we had a expert witness who was acknowledged even by the opposing party to be someone who had clear credentials in this area. So a doctor by the name of Dr. Alison McGeer. You probably have seen her a fair amount commenting on CBC about COVID-19 measures. And she is on a special experts task force that provides expertise to the federal government and the chief medical officer of health for the federal government on COVID-19 measures. And she has a great deal of public health expertise and medical expertise in dealing with both the SARS outbreak and in subsequent infectious disease outbreaks. So she is a well-recognized expert, and her opinion was that the 3-to-1 bunkhouse rule was reasonable and necessary and not arbitrary, and that it was completely in line with public health guidance. And in fact, all of us have been living under public health guidance that imposes those sort of bright line rules. Like if you think about it, 5 people can gather together, provided they maintain 6 feet of distance between them, or you can now form a bubble of 10 people that you can interact with. So our COVID-19 lives are full of those types of bright line public health guidance numbers that are designed to give guidance to an entire population in order to avoid the spread of COVID-19. So when you look at the board's reasoning, they are really treating this almost as if it's a not a class order, but a farm by farm, bunkhouse by bunkhouse order. They're saying, analyze each of these bunkhouses individually according to the processing of each isolation plan. And that is not the approach to take with a class order. And the whole theory behind class orders was to allow this kind of general public health guidance to be given to a class of individuals. And it really arose out of the SARS outbreak. So that is something that the Health Services Appeal and Review Board has not had previous experience with. They have never ruled, to the best of my knowledge, on a class order of this type. And that's exactly the sort of situation where you can get results that are surprising or, kind of not ideal from the perspective of the medical officer of health. And so here you had the board upholding the order in its entirety and saying, yeah, that's reasonable, necessary, but take out this 3 to a bunkhouse rule and assess everything individually. It's not clear, and I'm not, I can't speculate about what was in the board's mind when they made that decision. We just have the reasons for decision to go on. So it may be that they thought this was a saw-off or a compromise that would be easy to live with. But because of the importance of that 3 to a bunkhouse rule to the whole scheme and to the implementation by the public health unit, it really isn't a compromise that is workable. So that's part of the rationale for the appeal.
May I speak to just, I'm sorry, I don't know if anybody had a question, but I wanted to speak just more generally about tribunals through the chair to Member Columbus. Tribunals generally have, of course, merit-based appointments and all that. That doesn't mean we don't make mistakes. I'm not going to say what the court will or won't find on an appeal here. Merely that perfectly well experienced, qualified people still make mistakes. And it is the opinion of the medical officer of health that this is an appropriate appeal, that he wishes to have adjudicated by the divisional court. And so I merely mean to say, just because you have a good panel or a skilled panel doesn't mean they won't make mistakes. That's all.
Board Member Masschaele, I'm going to go around the room first, if that's okay. There's lots of Board Member Rabbits.
Thank you, Board Chair Chopp, through you. My commentary and my questions are in relation to the correspondence that we have received from Haldeman. And I appreciate that our CAO, Jason Burgess, has gone through point by point. There's 3 points contained in the letter that we received today. There's a preamble. There's not a lot of added context there, but there is some in the outro that I wanted to mention. The 3 bullet points, not to belabor the point, but to reiterate them, the Haldeman is concerned about the magnitude of the resources required on the local health unit and the costs and the resources associated with managing the risk with temporary foreign workers. The second bullet point speaks to the federal and provincial governments wanting to take on a more active leadership role. I might take a little bit of issue with the wording of that. I feel that the provincial and federal governments have taken on a leadership role, but I would concede the point that more resources are required, specifically in our local context, to manage the foreign temporary worker program. The third point there is, a rejection of the appeal to strike down the 3 worker per person in the bunkhouse. And the outro here is really the point that I wanted to drill home, that These motions, speak for themselves. As contained in the letter, it says that council also expressed significant disappointment that there was no communication with either county staff, members of the advisory committee, or the mayor prior to this decision being taken, especially given the responsibility of Haldimand County has to partially fund such legal action. And so again, it does come down to money in a way, and it's difficult to discuss in the context of health. But for some context as to how money can impact health, if we're looking at cutting social services or health and social services as a result of this decision, it's a zero-sum game. Someone is going to lose out as a result of us spending monies pursuing an appeal. And the reality check is it's our most vulnerable citizens that are going to be feeling the impacts of our decisions. It's become very clear to me that when cuts happen to health and social services as a result of budgetary decisions, it's our most vulnerable citizens that feel those impacts. I really value the advisory committee that we have for Haldimand Norfolk Health and Social Services because it allows us to sit at the same table as our Haldimand counterparts and to listen and to hear what the impacts of our decisions are on their community. And the advisory board has been in stasis for some time. We are meeting this week. I imagine that we're going to have some good discussions at that advisory level pertaining to some of the conversations that are taking place this week. But again, the point I'm making here is that we're in this together. We're one health unit or one geographic area. And while the decisions are being made at this table, they impact the community members living in Haldimand, and they feel like they're left out of the conversation. And that's a problem. That's a problem that we need to address. And I understand the intent with this direction, and I endorse certain portions of it. I would endorse, highlighting the fact that we do need some help managing the risks. We do need some more resources in managing the foreign temporary worker program. And in principle, I don't support the 3-person per bunkhouse rule, and I would like to see that appeal struck down. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that because I know what happens when it comes down to budget time and we start making cuts to health and social services. There is going to be a health impact, and it's going to be measurable. I already looked at some of the cuts we've made to date to pay for some of these COVID countermeasures. We're talking about accessibility being cut out of capital budgets. Okay, we're talking about a lot of impacts to the health of our community members, and again, it's the most vulnerable that are going to suffer from those cuts. So that needs to be part of the conversation this evening, and I wanted to put that out there. I would love for the medical officer of health to have an opportunity to respond to those assertions. I'd love for the medical officer of health to have an opportunity to respond to what Haldimand Council has put forward through those 3 bullet points here. But in lieu of his absence due to managing a farm outbreak and repatriating those temporary foreign workers, thank you for your good work, Dr. Nessathari. I'm sure you'll be watching this evening with great interest. I want to have an opportunity maybe to have the council, Jill, if you would be able to maybe respond to the direction that we're receiving from Haldimand County. You can't speak for the good doctor, but you can maybe put us into some context as to why Haldimand would be making these assertions, and what would the impact be if we were to just blanket adopt their proposals. There's 3 bullet points here. I think there's some good in there, and I want to find a good compromise, but I don't want to compromise and have those compromises impact our most vulnerable citizens.
If I could just jump in, Ms. Doherty, I just wanted to, Councillor Rabbit, since you brought up the letter, I just had a message back and forth here with Mayor Hewitt, and in the final paragraph, it speaks of the lack of communication from different parties that you read. I, too, was unaware of the filing of the appeal, so we're very clear. And Mayor Hewitt has just sent me a note that that is actually to be corrected. He was referring to the medical officer of health and the communication on that board. And I think that we have invited Mayor Hewitt when he never had a seat at the table at the Board of Health meetings to the meetings. I've personally and was the one that invited him to our EOC meetings to make sure that Haldimand was as engaged as possible, given the uniqueness of the situation. To suggest that Haldimand hasn't been included, I think I've gone above and beyond what's previously from the Board of Health.
If I may, I'm going to jump in a little bit to speak to legal costs. Since it's now alleged that we have close to $200,000 in legal fees, I think it's pretty important for me to comment on that. Ms. Plum has made an allegation that our rates, our fees must be so high, they must be close to $200,000. That is many tens of thousands of dollars higher than the actual numbers. What I will also say is the most expensive part of this is over. Appeals are paper exercises. The bills don't escalate in the same way. I practiced law for nearly 20 years as a private practitioner. I know how much legal proceedings cost, and appeals cost a whole lot less than what we just went through. So I just say that as someone who was in private practice for a long time. The bills here are not going to be escalating beyond anything that resembles reasonable. I would also like to say, without giving private financial information away from rates and firms, simply that I am quite impressed by the rates at one of the finest law firms available to us in Toronto. And I have a pretty good idea of what rates are like in Bay Street firms. So please do not think we are expending ridiculous resources on legal matters. We're not. In the context of how much money we're spending on COVID altogether, this should be confirmed by our CAO, but I believe this to be a fairly small fraction of our expenses related to our response to COVID. And we are not about to be spending a whole lot more on legals, even with an appeal.
Ms. Doherty. Councillor Masschaele, I see you're up next when I get there.
So, thanks for your kind comments, Ms. Budis. I would say, first of all, it's true that the information that is in the letter to suggest that the legal fees are at the level of 200,000, that's not the case. And I would also add that the fees have been discounted, both in terms of the hourly rates being charged and by way of a further general discount, in recognition that this is an important issue, and it is a case that deserves serious attention. And I can tell you that, for example, our expert witness, Dr. McGeer, also cut her rate by many multiples in order to give of her time in support of this order, because she thought it was the right order and an important one that deserved to have support. And so even though she is in the midst of her own pandemic work and advising the federal government on their COVID-19 measures, she made time to do a report and attend as a witness in this case at a fraction of her regular rate. I guess the other thing I would say, again echoing Ms. Budis's point, is that appeals are a lot cheaper than actual hearings. For one thing, they're a lot shorter. So an appeal like this is going to go on potentially. They might give us 3 or 4 hours to argue this appeal, all told. The hearing itself took 6 days. Hearings don't have live witnesses. You don't have to prepare your witnesses. The record is already prepared because it consists of all the materials you filed in the hearing. So it's a question of, making the legal argument. I can also say that there are a number of parties that have expressed an interest in intervening in support of the position being taken by the medical officer of health on this appeal. So, for example, I received a copy of an email that was sent to the court by the lawyer for the Catholic Archdiocese of both Hamilton and London, saying that they were interested in having counsel attend to support the position on appeal. And there's also been other individuals who have inquired about potentially intervening in support. So on an appeal, you wouldn't be necessarily going it alone. You might well have support in terms of doing the heavy lifting from some other interested parties. On the point about, can you get support from the federal or provincial government? Will they step in and take more active measures that perhaps assist in dealing with migrant farm workers? I would be the last person to argue against that. If they would do that, it would be great. But so far, Ontario hasn't put in a program like, for example, British Columbia, whose program really looks very similar to Dr. Nezathurai's order. Isolate these people individually or in small groups before having them go to the farms and join the larger bunkhouses.
Thank you for that, and I know I didn't articulate my question entirely well. I just was really looking for a reaction from the letter from Haldeman. But I had one more legal type question, because I've heard the word negligence floated around in a number of different pieces of correspondence. It is contained within our package asserting that the board would be negligent by Ms. Plum if we were to not withdraw the appeal. And I'm looking for some clarification on the term negligence, what that implies from a legal standpoint. And, if that assertion is valid, we've had a lot of correspondence claiming that the good doctor to have been performing negligent. And, from a legal perspective, I feel that this Board of Health has not been negligent in their duties and their responsibilities. And, I don't want to downplay, the gravity of that word or what the implications of using that word may be regarding our service. So I think Paula may be able to start answering that question. And this may even be a question that might be solicitor-client privilege. We might need to receive enclosed. So if that's the case, you can start with that. But maybe even just a definition of what negligence is and how we can view it in this context would be helpful for me, not being a lawyer myself.
So it is my preference that we go into closed session, and that would be for the entire matter, including a basic definition of negligence.
Okay, perhaps we could finish with further questions in open session then, and then we'll come back to this. So, Board Member Masschaele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think bit by bit, much of my question has been answered. I'm just trying for the public's information to get a little bit better picture of, and I'm not sure if our CAO or if our county solicitor can answer this better, but what the actual, ballpark figure for what this proceeding on this appeal and this entire exercise is costing us. I know Ms. Budis mentioned that it's not the $200,000 that the adversary's lawyer suggested, and she said it's some kind of figure below that. Can we be a little bit more specific about that so that people actually do know, what the amount of money that's being spent on this particular item is?
Through the chair to the member, I can't provide a specific numbers. I haven't received the actual bill. However, the amount is below $150,000 at this point in time.
Thank you.
Board Member Hoffman, did you have another question, I believe?
Thank you, Chair Chopp. That sounds funny. I just wanted to follow up on that, Board Member Masschaele, in request to that. So I know we're getting, it's not up to or it's around, it's that. It seems to be that there is still a lot of gray area when we're talking about the cost. So my assumption, I'm assuming then that we're at approximately, I'm someone who says it's under 150, it could be 149.5 for all I know. So that's pretty big spread. But if we're looking at approximately 150, and I know that we've just been told that appeals are less expensive than the first part that occurred, that we probably will be looking at over $200,000. So
I mean, I suppose I shouldn't speak for Ms. Doherty, but I would be surprised if an appeal cost anywhere near 50K.
Yeah,
So,
I would, I would be surprised about that too, for a couple of reasons. You know, so if you're thinking about, you know, kind of part of a day of argument, and then you're thinking about some prep time, you know, it is significantly less than doing a 6-day hearing. And also, the 6-day hearing that we did involved having to do written legal submissions. So we ended up doing a full set of written legal submissions before the hearing. And then because of what the board directed, and frankly, over my objection to it, I made the pitch that we should do it orally, but the board said, no, we want to have written legal submissions. And then we want reply submissions. So what that meant is that after the hearing finished, we had to do 2 sets of written legal submissions. My point being, we've now got 3 sets of written legal submissions, so we're within spitting distance of having the necessary written legal submissions already done for the appeal. So it's not the sort of appeal where you'd have to start from scratch in preparing legal submissions. It's ones where we've already, you know, kind of gone a fair amount of the distance to have our submissions and all of our case law and arguments together. So, you know, I cannot see the appeal costing anything approaching $50,000.
I just want to add again, a lot of the figures are in terms, they are conjecture. We don't have an actual definite fiscal amount. So there is still, to me, there's still some wiggle room with the figures. And I don't feel confident that we have an exact figure yet. So thank you.
Through the chair, sorry for my poor choice of words. So it's somewhere between $145,000 and $150,000 to narrow that gap. I don't have the exact bills in front of me, so that's why I used the $150,000 as, I know it's slightly less than that. I just don't know how much less that is. So I apologize, and I correct the record for that.
Member Huffman, that was it? Board Member Columbus?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a comment made earlier where this migrant farm worker isolation program was compared to persons coming off a cruise ship. And I don't think you can compare that whatsoever. You got to remember that these migrant farm workers, they are really essential workers. They are the security to our food supply. We've had tons of emails day after day from farmers who claim that they can't fulfill their production. You know, they could lose markets down the road from the major grocery chain stores that they've been supplying. And it is a real concern. So being that we're going to a stage 2 in the province of Ontario, can Dr. Necessary somehow soften or change his 3-worker per bunkhouse rule here to being that things are improving with this COVID issue, so that something more reasonable and realistic can be put in place for the farming community that uses this program? Whoever can answer that. I see Ms. Budis.
I really can't answer that question for Dr. Necessary. He's not here. What I wanted to comment on was the reflection on cruise ships. The issue there is not isn't about it was about how isolation was done in for groups of people coming back and that's all. It's just about good practice in terms of isolation. Your reflection on, their essential workers, the Globe and Mail, essential but expendable. How Canada failed migrant farm workers. And I think what we want to understand here is that they are a priority population under the Health Protection and Promotion Act, which we have a positive duty to protect. And they are also essential workers. And I think Dr. Naisuthure would tell you it was his intention to find that right balance between protecting them as a priority population and the need for essential workers. Beyond that, obviously the question that you ask would be something that only he can answer.
Well, Madam Chair, I just wish he was a little more flexible and understanding, and that's all I ask. I asked for that 3 weeks ago, and we had the same discussion. And look where we are today. We lost this hearing. Thank you.
Board Member Columbus, I can't speak with certainty on the exact numbers, but I know there were some bunkhouses that did have more than 3 with partitions, perhaps.
Yeah, through the chair to the member, the public health unit has provided 17 bunkhouses with because they provided plans that accommodated more than the 3 to the bunkhouse. They did physical separations between the groups, so there is 17 bunkhouses that were approved. There is more work to those approvals, but the farmer has to undertake more work for the farmer and more work for the public health unit to undertake that. But that was essentially on an exception type of basis that the medical officer of health was comfortable with the risks associated with those plans, and there was hard physical barriers put in.
Okay, any further questions, or should we move? I guess we'll need a motion to waive the procedural rules of order since the closed session item is not on the agenda. Councillor?
No, if, through you, Chair Chopp, if council needs to receive legal advice, you can add that as appropriate. You don't need to add it to the actual agenda. Here's a motion.
Okay, I misunderstood you before. I thought that was what you wanted. No. Okay. So then, in that case, if I could have a motion, we'll read as follows, that the Board of Health move into closed session at 5:52 p.m. pursuant to sections 239(2), Bravo, Echo, and Foxtrot of Municipal Act 2001 as the subject matter pertains to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Mover? Councillor Rabbits, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? And that's carried.
All right, through you, Chair Chopp. We will need about 5 minutes because we'll be in 2 rooms for the closed session.
Can we just turn it off? Can't we just turn that?
A southern county home, Norfolk, Norfolk. We know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with a friend With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just a place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, on a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, on a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, Norfolk, sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of North, on a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just a place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just a place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, on a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, on a strip of sandy soil, lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of North, on a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be.
What I love most about Norfolk County, I think, would be the vastness of the county, how it's big and there's breathing space, and there are so many little pockets of beauty, natural beauty.
I love the seasons here. The springtime, the rain falling on the earth. I'm a farmer, so I enjoy those aspects of it, the smell of the rain. The summer times, we have beautiful warm summers here.
You have such pristine water here. You have some of the finest cold water streams in Ontario with Big Creek and Youngs Creek and others that produce great fishing.
Norfolk is very heavily forested, beautiful color in the autumn. The sun shines very brightly here in the wintertime, so I love the 4 distinct seasons we have here in Norfolk County.
What people find remarkable about Norfolk County, I think, is that our sense of community and us working together.
I think of us as a little bit of, we have these ecospheres in our store. They're these self-sustaining little balls that, completely take care of themselves. We're a little bit like that, in our area. We have so much here.
My kids grow up knowing what it's like to produce a piece of fruit or produce some food, some vegetables, and put them on the table, how much effort that takes. And I think that's important.
When people come into the shop, we pull out the map and we show them the wineries and the breweries, and we tell them about the local dining in town, and we'll tell them about the lavender farm, and along the way show them produce stands that they could stop to pick up some goodies.
Everything that we want to do socially and all of our extracurricular activities are right here. And when you join groups, these people they'll want to get to know you immediately. That's our nature. We're curious and we're supportive and we're interested.
Sometimes opportunity just kind of happens when you're talking to someone and having a conversation with someone here in Norfolk. The next thing you know, you're collaborating with them on a project or activity.
The amount of people within our community that support our business is outstanding, because it's a give and take relationship. If you support everyone else, they will support you, and it makes our community that much stronger and that much better.
I think that working with the local businesses here, everyone's very welcoming. Every time I meet a new business owner, and I love to go to new stores and new restaurants that open up and introduce ourselves and welcome them to the community. It's easy to fall in love with Norfolk County.
My advice to a family that's thinking about moving here is to come and visit. Come and spend a week. Come and experience everything that we have to offer, because you're going to find an amazing quality of life.
You're 10 minutes away from a beach. You're 5 minutes away from a dog park. There's so much opportunity in an area like this for young entrepreneurs, young families, even, senior entrepreneurs that are doing that as well.
I'm very happy. I'm lucky, very lucky I can be here, It's a good place to raise family too.
We don't have this sort of slick veneer over us. We're really comfortable in our own skin, and artists are making art because they love to make art, and musicians are writing songs because they love to write songs.
And just because you're not from here doesn't mean that you can't embrace what makes Norfolk great. Sort of our diversity, the wonderful landscapes here.
And it's just a great area. You're going to meet great people. You're going to have a supportive environment. We can compete on an international stage with anybody. And that's how we have to start looking at the world.
You just have to be willing to work hard, realize the potential that there is here, and just put yourself to work and create that opportunity for yourself.
I found that as a young entrepreneur, I was given every opportunity I could want. Just put yourself out there. Go to local events, and you're going to bump into all kinds of people that are going to be, important business connections to you.
Everybody's so willing to help somebody else out. I think that's the best thing about even being a business owner in Norfolk County.
We're a small community, but there's so much support here, whether it's a restaurant or ecotourism. We just have this appetite, and if you've got a great idea, you've got a willing community that's going to get behind your idea.
Some of the advice that I would give entrepreneurs coming to Norfolk County would be to think outside of the Norfolk box, but don't forget what's in the Norfolk box, because we have a lot to offer. We have a lot of great people, a lot of great opportunities.
Norfolk County.
Entrepreneurs grow here.
Norfolk County.
Ideas grow here.
Norfolk County.
You grow here.
You grow here.
You grow here.
What I love most about Norfolk County, I think, would be the vastness of the county, how it's big and there's breathing space, and there are so many little pockets of beauty, natural beauty.
I love the seasons here. The springtime, the rain falling on the earth. I'm a farmer, so I enjoy those aspects of it, the smell of the rain. The summer times, we have beautiful warm summers here.
You have such pristine water here. You have some of the finest cold water streams in Ontario with Big Creek and Youngs Creek and others that produce great fishing.
Norfolk is very heavily forested, beautiful color in the autumn. The sun shines very brightly here in the wintertime, so I love the 4 distinct seasons we have here in Norfolk County.
What people find remarkable about Norfolk County, I think, is that our sense of community and us working together.
I think of us as a little bit of, we have these ecospheres in our store. They're these self-sustaining little balls that, completely take care of themselves. We're a little bit like that, in our area. We have so much here.
My kids grow up knowing what it's like to produce a piece of fruit or produce some food, some vegetables, and put them on the table, how much effort that takes. And I think that's important.
When people come into the shop, we pull out the map and we show them the wineries and the breweries, and we tell them about the local dining in town, and we'll tell them about the lavender farm, and along the way show them produce stands that they could stop to pick up some goodies.
Everything that we want to do socially and all of our extracurricular activities are right here. And when you join groups, these people they'll want to get to know you immediately. That's our nature. We're curious and we're supportive and we're interested.
Sometimes opportunity just kind of happens when you're talking to someone and having a conversation with someone here in Norfolk. The next thing you know, you're collaborating with them on a project or activity.
The amount of people within our community that support our business is outstanding, because it's a give and take relationship. If you support everyone else, they will support you, and it makes our community that much stronger and that much better.
I think that working with the local businesses here, everyone's very welcoming. Every time I meet a new business owner, and I love to go to new stores and new restaurants that open up and introduce ourselves and welcome them to the community. It's easy to fall in love with Norfolk County.
My advice to a family that's thinking about moving here is to come and visit. Come and spend a week. Come and experience everything that we have to offer, because you're going to find an amazing quality of life.
You're 10 minutes away from a beach. You're 5 minutes away from a dog park. There's so much opportunity in an area like this for young entrepreneurs, young families, even, senior entrepreneurs that are doing that as well.
I'm very happy. I'm lucky, very lucky I can be here, It's a good place to raise family too.
We don't have this sort of slick veneer over us. We're really comfortable in our own skin, and artists are making art because they love to make art, and musicians are writing songs because they love to write songs.
And just because you're not from here doesn't mean that you can't embrace what makes Norfolk great. Sort of our diversity, the wonderful landscapes here.
And it's just a great area. You're going to meet great people. You're going to have a supportive environment. We can compete on an international stage with anybody. And that's how we have to start looking at the world.
You just have to be willing to work hard, realize the potential that there is here, and just put yourself to work and create that opportunity for yourself.
I found that as a young entrepreneur, I was given every opportunity I could want. Just put yourself out there. Go to local events, and you're going to bump into all kinds of people that are going to be, important business connections to you.
Everybody's so willing to help somebody else out. I think that's the best thing about even being a business owner in Norfolk County.
We're a small community, but there's so much support here, whether it's a restaurant or ecotourism. We just have this appetite, and if you've got a great idea, you've got a willing community that's going to get behind your idea.
Some of the advice that I would give entrepreneurs coming to Norfolk County would be to think outside of the Norfolk box, but don't forget what's in the Norfolk box. because we have a lot to offer. We have a lot of great people, a lot of great opportunities.
Norfolk County.
Entrepreneurs grow here.
Norfolk County.
Ideas grow here.
Norfolk County.
You grow here.
You grow here.
You grow here.
What I love most about Norfolk County, I think, would be the vastness of the county, how it's big and there's breathing space and there are so many little pockets of beauty, natural beauty.
I love the seasons here. The springtime, the rain falling on the earth. I'm a farmer, so I enjoy those aspects of it, the smell of the rain. The summer times, we have beautiful warm summers here.
You have such pristine water here. You have some of the finest cold water streams in Ontario with Big Creek and Young's Creek and others that produce great fishing.
Norfolk is very heavily forested, beautiful color in the autumn. The sun shines very brightly here in the wintertime, so I love the 4 distinct seasons we have here in Norfolk County.
What people find remarkable about Norfolk County, I think, is that our sense of community and us working together.
I think of us as a little bit of, we have these ecospheres in our store. They're these self-sustaining little balls that, completely take care of themselves. We're a little bit like that, in our area. We have so much here.
My kids grow up knowing what it's like to produce a piece of fruit or produce some food, some vegetables, and put them on the table, how much effort that takes. And I think that's important.
When people come into the shop, we pull out the map and we show them the wineries and the breweries and we tell them about the local dining in town and we'll tell them about the lavender farm and along the way show them produce stands that they could stop to pick up some goodies.
Everything that we want to do socially and all of our extracurricular activities are right here. And when you join groups, these people they'll want to get to know you immediately. That's our nature. We're curious and we're supportive and we're interested.
Sometimes opportunity just kind of happens when you're talking to someone and having a conversation with someone here in Norfolk. The next thing you know, you're collaborating with them on a project or activity.
The amount of people within our community that support our business is outstanding, because it's a give and take relationship. If you support everyone else, they will support you, and it makes our community that much stronger and that much better.
I think that working with the local businesses here, everyone's very welcoming. Every time I meet a new business owner, and I love to go to new stores and new restaurants that open up and introduce ourselves and welcome them to the community. It's easy to fall in love with Norfolk County.
My advice to a family that's thinking about moving here is to come and visit. Come and spend a week. Come and experience everything that we have to offer, because you're going to find an amazing quality of life.
You're 10 minutes away from a beach. You're 5 minutes away from a dog park. There's so much opportunity in an area like this for young entrepreneurs, young families, even, senior entrepreneurs that are doing that as well.
I'm very happy. I'm lucky, very lucky I can be here, It's a good place to raise family too.
We don't have this sort of slick veneer over us. We're really comfortable in our own skin, and artists are making art because they love to make art, and musicians are writing songs because they love to write songs.
And just because you're not from here doesn't mean that you can't embrace what makes Norfolk great. Sort of our diversity, the wonderful landscapes here.
And it's just a great area. You're going to meet great people. You're going to have a supportive environment. We can compete on an international stage with anybody. And that's how we have to start looking at the world.
You just have to be willing to work hard, realize the potential that there is here, and just put yourself to work and create that opportunity for yourself.
I found that as a young entrepreneur, I was given every opportunity I could want. Just put yourself out there. Go to local events and you're going to bump into all kinds of people that are going to be important business connections to you.
Everybody's so willing to help somebody else out. I think that's the best thing about even being a business owner in Norfolk County.
We're a small community, but there's so much support here, whether it's a restaurant or ecotourism. We just have this appetite, and if you've got a great idea, you've got a willing community that's going to get behind your idea.
Some of the advice that I would give entrepreneurs coming to Norfolk County would be to think outside of the Norfolk box, but don't forget what's in the Norfolk box, because we have a lot to offer. We have a lot of great people, a lot of great opportunities.
Norfolk County.
Entrepreneurs grow here.
Norfolk County.
Ideas grow here.
Norfolk County.
You grow here.
You grow here.
You grow here.
What I love most about Norfolk County, I think, would be the vastness of the county, how it's big and there's breathing space, and there are so many little pockets of beauty, natural beauty.
I love the seasons here. The springtime, the rain falling on the earth. I'm a farmer, so I enjoy those aspects of it, the smell of the rain. The summer times, we have beautiful warm summers here.
You have such pristine water here. You have some of the finest cold water streams in Ontario, with Big Creek and Youngs Creek and others that produce great fishing.
Norfolk is very heavily forested, beautiful color in the autumn. The sun shines very brightly here in the wintertime, so I love the 4 distinct seasons we have here in Norfolk County.
What people find remarkable about Norfolk County, I think, is that our sense of community and us working together.
I think of us as a little bit of, we have these ecospheres in our store. They're these self-sustaining little balls that, completely take care of themselves. We're a little bit like that, in our area. We have so much here.
My kids grow up knowing what it's like to produce a piece of fruit or produce some food, some vegetables, and put them on the table, how much effort that takes. And I think that's important.
When people come into the shop, we pull out the map and we show them the wineries and the breweries, and we tell them about the local dining in town, and we'll tell them about the lavender farm, and along the way show them produce stands that they could stop to pick up some goodies.
Everything that we want to do socially and all of our extracurricular activities are right here. And when you join groups, these people they'll want to get to know you immediately. That's our nature. We're curious and we're supportive and we're interested.
Sometimes opportunity just kind of happens when you're talking to someone and having a conversation with someone here in Norfolk. The next thing you know, you're collaborating with them on a project or activity.
The amount of people within our community that support our business is outstanding, because it's a gift.
I'm waiting for my mask. Just so you know, we ordered them, they haven't come. Well, I didn't go in there because I was so cold. So I went to the other room.
If I could have a motion to reconvene in open session at 6:55 p.m. Councillor Rabbit, seconded by Board Member Rabbits, Board Member Martin. All those in favor? Carried. And is there anything further from the board members at this time? Board Member Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to put forth a motion I can't read my own handwriting most times, that the correspondence from Andrea H. Plum and the correspondence from M. Jill Doherty regards to the Section 22 appeal be received as information, and further that the board ask the medical officer of health to consult with staff, including members of the Ag Advisory Board, to look for practical amendments to the isolation plans under the Section 22 order.
Okay, is there a seconder for the motion? Board Member Columbus? Any further discussion? Board Member Rabbits?
I'd appreciate just having the motion read one more time, please.
Maybe I should ask the clerk, I included those two letters just because they're not sort of accounted for anywhere else, right?
Through you, Councillor Van Pass, we received them in the omnibus receipt, so 1 through 14. So they've already been received. Thanks.
13, 14. I thought the one was missing. But. Okay, so we don't need that part then. Okay, so it'll just be that the Board of Health asks that the medical officer of health to consult with staff, including members of the Ag Advisory Board, to look for practical amendments to the isolation plans under the Section 22 order, which is basically what we talked about 3 weeks ago, and because conditions have changed since March 24th, and the doctor was going to come back within 2 weeks. Now that got held up due to the tribunal hearing, so sort of putting that forth that we will try to make it work.
Board Member Martin, I believe, was next.
Thank you, Chair Chopp. I was just going to comment on the report that we did not receive. I believe Councillor Taylor asked for, so maybe that can come back to us as well at that time.
When would the board like to reconvene? Do you wish to have another conversation with Dr. Nasathari on Friday? Do you wish to wait? The next scheduled, according to Andy, is July 2nd. Board Member Huffman?
Thank you. I believe that my expectation was that we were meeting today. Knew that Dr. Nasathari and Ms. Miranda would not be in attendance due to the repatriation of the migrant workers. I feel that it would be appropriate that we have another reconvene on Friday and allow them a chance to talk and allow us to maybe ask some questions of them. That would be my preference.
Board Member Taylor?
Friday would work for me as well. And just regarding the motion, would it be appropriate for it to read the medical officer of health or his designate, just knowing his schedule during this to meet with the other parties? Just not handcuff him. No? Oh.
Can you read that motion again one more time?
Sure. That the Board of Health asks the medical officer of health to consult with staff, including members of the Agricultural Advisory Committee, to look for practical amendments to the Section 22 order.
Okay, staff including members or and members? Agricultural Advisory member. Board Member Martin?
I'm wondering if maybe the following Tuesday is a better suggestion, so that it's possible to give Dr. Nasathari time to do that and then report back on discussions that he's had with staff or discussions he's had with the Ag Advisory as opposed to Friday. Maybe just have.
I think I'd like to keep it as Friday because we know he's available at 3 o'clock because we'd already set it up.
I do know that their preference was actually Monday and Friday was the offer, but so, okay, that's fine. Fridays, I know they can do it.
Through the chair, they are available on Tuesday.
Okay. There was just something from Shanker before. Can you just give me one? I'm just going to send it.
Mr. Clerk, I think I mentioned the isolation plans. That's what we're working on, not the actual order, same as what the ruling is. It's all goes back to that area.
I'm just receiving text from the other staff members. We may have to, even if we did meet on Tuesday, there might be some additional reporting, so Friday could also work, and then move, and move some of the reporting that they can't get done and send that to you, like as follow-up reports also, because there's some other scheduling going on too. There's an Auditor General item happening also. So it might be a Friday with reports to follow. Might be better to work also.
I thought there was an issue with the Okay, so we'll meet on Friday, and then we can, if we need to schedule another meeting again next week, we can do that again on Friday. Does that work? 3 o'clock, I know, was the time from Shanker and Marlene when I last spoke with them, because they had items going on that morning that they needed to take care of. So does 3 o'clock work?
Friday's okay with me, but Councilor Van Passen, were you thinking that the Ag Advisory Board has to meet before Friday to get some indication, or I would hope there's more breathing space than that, because they're all busy, very busy.
I didn't say the Ag Advisory Board, I said members of that phone call, talk to the individuals at least, just to try to, get that sense. And, technology, I've learned over the last couple of months, is amazing nowadays, that you can have a meeting over the phone or over the internet. So, but, we'll at least try to get some input from the Ag Advisory Board that way.
Have we not been engaged? I thought you guys had a meeting just with some of the members of the Ag Advisory Board just recently, did you not?
Mr. Burgess can comment on that. Yes, we did meet. I think it was Thursday, June 10th.
I believe so. Yeah, we met. It wasn't with the whole board. It was with the chair and vice chair of the board. Both Councillor Van Passen and Councillor Columbus participated in the meeting to start with some dialogue, and I've had some dialogue one-on-one with the chair of the committee. So I think if it's members of, we can certainly arrange that and have some discussions.
Since everybody's meeting by Zoom now, perhaps it might be simple enough to arrange an hour phone call on Friday beforehand.
It is kind of hard to hold that phone and steer the tractor at the same time, right?
Okay. Okay, so we're set with the motion that Dr. Nasathari you guys are going to have some further conversation with the Ag Advisory Board, and Board of Health will reconvene Friday at 3 p.m. Okay. Did you want me to just do a motion to adjourn then, and we'll reconvene on Friday, or did you want a confirming bylaw?
So we need a mover. Well, we've got a mover and seconder. We haven't voted on. Yeah.
But afterwards. And following that?
Yeah. So, you want us to just recess? That's an option. Do you want to recess till Friday, and then I don't have to print another agenda?
Perfect. Okay, we'll do a confirming bylaw. What's that?
I was just going to make a comment through you to the clerk or not, but we discussed petitioning the province and the federal government. You wrote a really great letter earlier. Should something also come from the Board of Health in that same direction? Is that meaningful as we look to petition them for additional support?
Perhaps we could send them an indication that the Board of Health would be meeting on Friday, and we would appreciate maybe some insight from them. Perhaps you could see if our sitting member of provincial cabinet might be able to join us on Friday for the meeting with some suggestions and solutions to the challenges that we're facing and discussions on funding. Excellent. Okay, so is there a seconder for Councillor Van Passion's motion? Board Member Columbus, any further discussion? Okay. I'll let you take the vote, Andy.
Councillor Geisens? Yes. Sorry, Member Rabbits?
Yes.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Masschaele?
Yes.
Member Van Passen?
Yes.
Member Huffman?
Yes.
Member Taylor?
Yes.
Member Columbus?
Yes.
And Chair Chopp?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, Board Member Martin, did you have anything further to add to that, or that's covered now? Yeah, okay. Anybody else? Any other comments before we adjourn? Okay, then I have a motion moved by Board Member Martin and seconded by Board Member Masschaele that bylaw 2020-05 BH, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Emergency Board of Health meeting on the 16th day of June 2020 be adopted, signed by the Mayor or Clerk, and affixed with the corporate seal. All those in favor? And that's carried. Meeting's adjourned.
Back for more of no